Saturday morning, we're going to live questions and answers, sorting fact from fiction. It is what it is. We have a funny way of doing that, guys. There's a delay. I'm waiting for the live stream. Hold on. All right, the backup. All right, let's connect. We got to bring it closer to you. So I'm always ahead of my. Oh no, that's a disaster. All right, how did that happen? Oh well, we'll deal with that later. Oh, I knew I was out of sorts, but I didn't think it was this bad. Let's plug that in. That's the first thing I thought of, and I said, well, I'll do it later. And then it doesn't get done. All right, so the mic is closer. Thanks for coming in, guys. Took me almost 2 minutes to get my head together here, so it's like I think of everything, and then I think, oh, I'll do that in just a moment, and then I never do it. So that's what happens there. Beast of Desert is here. Awesome. Where you going? Where are you going? We're just getting started. You got to give me a chat so I can sort it out. E.T.'s here. Awesome. Good to see you, E.T. Danielle Berry. Sandy Moonstone. M&J. Everybody's pouring in. Norma, they're all coming in like crazy. I don't know what to do. All I'm going to do is respond to the chats, and I'll sort out fact from fiction. That's what we're going to do today. Because I have a knack for that. There's an easy way to do it. It's a secret. I'm kind of tired. Beast, where are you? What country or section of, if you're in the U.S., what time zone is it? And if you're in the Middle East, just let me know what part of the world you're in. Do a little dance. Sandy Moonstone, good to see you, my friend. It's awesome. So if you have a blue jacket, you've been here before. I only take them away if you get on my nerves. I'll listen to you for a while, but if it goes over the top, we gotta cut it. So I am a patient fellow, but everyone has their limits, right, guys? You're in Mountain Time. Oh, that's a rare one. Not a lot of people live there. Denver, Colorado, or Salt Lake City, somewhere around there, right? I live in Beast of Desert. I live in New York City. There ain't no desert there. There's probably not even a grain of sand anywhere outside of Central Park, right? It's a big city, though. New Yorkers think it's the city. They don't say big city. They just say city. It's the city. Everywhere else is country. Those are the lifers, the guys that have been there all that. They might be 50 and they'll say that. You're gonna welcome to the city. It's a different world out there. I've only been there like once or twice, not very much. I'm a Bostonian, but a Bostonian redirected to the Philippines, relocated. I got the permanent immigrant visa. I'm awesome. Well, I mean, it doesn't change me. It just makes me happier. We're free here. It's funny how Americans. Now, no offense. This isn't intended to offend anybody because you're not on the team, and neither am I. The big team, big media, big pharma, big banks. You're not part of that, and very few people are. There's like 2,000 to 3,000 people that are, and then that's the WEF, and then the banks and all that stuff. It's a separate. It's like a trickle down. We're controlling everything. That's what that is. Years ago, when I was a hotel controller, airport hotel controller. See you, beasts. Sorry you couldn't chat. I really would like to have some things to sort out, but that's okay. Mary Me's here. That's okay. Everybody say hello to Mary Me. So, where was I? The conglomerate. People say, Jay, you're too much into conspiracy theories. That's because you're spending your time working. And there's no offense. You got to work. You got to do what you got to do. You got to pull in an income and figure out, you need a little bit of money. But what's happening is the conglomerates are sucking the money away from us, and they're beating us down, and it's going to happen. The Bible says it does get worse. The end is coming. So it's all true. When that is, I don't know. You gotta be your best self. You gotta make yourself better. Right, Mary? Marry me. Sorry, guys. That was like an inch from the mic. There's still a little bit. I'm draining now. It's going away, but I feel fantastic. I'm fine. But the residuals of the cold are still here with me, I guess. Hope I didn't chase everybody away with that. I cough and sneeze and stuff, and Norma's like, ew, go throw that away. It's funny being married. But all single men want to do is get some and find some. You got to be careful about that, guy. Don't chase women, guys. The right women, when you stop chasing women, the right one will be there. That's how that works. You can choose to accept that, but you can't go out and say, okay, eeny, meeny, miny, moe, okay, you first, and then maybe you, and then definitely you. You can't line women up like that. It doesn't. If you're getting away with it, it's not going to end well. An old acquaintance of mine not really a close friend, I guess, but came here to the Philippines from Canada, not named Darren Dobson, and then did a video in the dark about how disappointed he is in the Philippines. I don't get it. I am like totally living the life here. I'm realizing that although things in the bureaucracy are different, and maybe I think, this isn't as good as America, but there's so many things about America that more free than anyone else. That's what I've learned. It's different here. Not everybody realizes how free they are. Not everyone's paying attention to all the little details. They're not drawing a picture and putting it all together. There is a big picture, and it's called the big lie. It's there, and so sometimes people read too much. If you're working too much, because that was me, I would say, this doesn't seem right, and I'm working, and so I'm not spending all my time gathering news. So what do? I catch television news, and there's nothing. Tell you nothing. They will tell you nothing. They've never told you anything. According to the television news, things are not what they are. Please connect to M&J. Yeah, M&J. Oh, we have it set up. If you type J as the first word, your Nightbot will jump your main link. People do that day after day, live stream after live stream, year after year. I don't know if it's working because it doesn't work. Although it is an option, you can do it, but it's not the best option. The best option is to find a niche that will get views, and then those views will become subscribers. And it's the best way to grow. And when that starts, it's not easy. It takes time. You got to work on that. Try being looked up in San Quentin. The bulls were brutal. Hi, too. What's going on? One of the more funny guys out there is Hi, too. I don't know if you're trying to be funny, but it's funny. I suppose I could do two things. I could say, that's funny, or I could get ticked off, right? So why should I get ticked off? Hi, too never ticks me off. Although I was wondering yesterday, where's he going with this? He's beating me up. Hi, too, you're okay in my book. Try being locked up in San Quentin. San Quentin? Wait a minute. That's out west, right? Is that in California? I'm not sure where San Quentin is. Because I don't visit prisons. I've been in one prison one time. It wasn't funny. Just to visit. And, you know, I'm an honest person. And they treated me like a potential, like I was trying to break someone out of jail. And that's the way they treat everybody. Oh, you're against Brett too? Brett doesn't bother me. Brett's, you know, to me, he's welcome, you know. I didn't know he was butthurt. Yeah, he doesn't bother me. I guess, you know, so there's either a check mark or a red X, so he's still got the green check mark, you know. California, yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know exactly where it is. The only times I've been, a few times I've been to California is connecting flights in the airports, so that's the only, I haven't been like boots on the ground outside of the airports. Connecting in LA, you gotta go outside and walk. I can't figure my way around the airport. There's no instructions on the walls. It's not like other airports. It's like weird. I never felt welcome there. I mean, I didn't feel threatened, but it just felt like they didn't give a shit. I almost thought I was in New York City. It's funny when you try to talk, you realize you still have the cold. I woke up and I went, I feel great. Then I had water, and actually I didn't have too much water. That's my problem. I need water. I love coffee so much. Hi, two's picking on people. Take it with a grain of salt, guys. That's what I do. That's how you know if you're a real man. It's not nice to throw names. You might not know who's lurking. That's right. Just take it with a grain of salt. He makes me laugh. It's funny. Guys have dicks, women do not. That's all you gotta know. You know, that's you know, basic human anatomy. You learn that when you're like 3 or 4. You know, you pretty quickly figure that out in life. So if you're still doing that in your 30s and 40s, how to learn Chinese quickly. That's not right. Something wrong. Tiny TT, relax, bro. Yeah, he's just, that's just the way he is. He's joshing. There you go. That's the way to deal with it. Just laugh it off. It's funny. There was a time when, you know, when there was comedy. Now everybody in the comments wants to be a comedian. Remember that? It hasn't been that long. We can still get comedy, but it's all controlled. You got to be like woke. But it's coming undone that you got to figure out how to wake up the woke. That's so stupid. Wake up woke. Wake up the woke people. That's a long process. They spent years and years. It used to be political correctness, and now it's woke. That's, you know, back in the 80s and 90s, it was politically correct. I'm politically correct. Correct about what? You corrected your sex, and now you're the opposite sex. It's like ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Michael Sakamos, you got a link out there, so check that out, guys, if you have time. Road to 5K. You're on the road to your next big video. That's what I keep saying to myself. I can't get. Shorts are doing better than the regulars, and then lives are doing better than the regulars too, because it's in a short format. So, wokey dokey cokey. Yeah, it's no good to be woke. We're those myths are being busted one by one. So just be aware of that, Mr. E.T. Jim Rico's here. Say hi to Jim, guys. So, do I want to carry on with that one or not? You guys let me know if I want to carry on with what I was saying. We're sorting fact from fiction. So, And thank you for the thumbs up, by the way, guys. If you're telling jokes, give me a thumbs up, especially if I laugh at them. No men in women's sport. I don't understand that. Yeah, you see things like that. So they take it to the next level, and then everybody realizes how wrong that is. You can appear as a woman and live your life as a woman if you choose, I guess. But you're not a woman. Just keep it at that. You can't change the whole world just by having surgery. You can't change it. You can only change yourself. You can't change us. So you can't present as a woman and then break all the records. It's like, not every guy is going to break all the records, but there are some that will break one. Do your live stream from... No, there's a screw up, and they told me they lost it, but it's up. They said it's updating, and maybe it'll come back. They didn't say maybe. I said maybe. Yeah, they give me the final 10 minutes, and I spent about 10 minutes, wrapping it up and closing it. And I'm so pissed off. I don't know what to say, because it was good. We went back and forth, sorting out fact from fiction. I didn't close out anything that wasn't real in that live stream, so I'm really ticked off. And then I got an email saying that there was a copyright for music, and they were going to demonetize the live stream. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I went in to see what it was. There's a button that says, click for your options, and it pulled up a blank. There was nothing there. So it was a total. Somebody screwed me. Someone from Google screwed me up, and someone that doesn't understand things. That's the deal. There's a lot of people that don't understand what the rest of us understand, and then they think it's not true. Like, if somebody works a lot, especially an international employee, you're on a higher level, you're a smart person, but you don't get all the news. Now, people say, well, there's a lot of fake news out there online. Well, there's all fake news on TV, and they don't realize that. I said that to my boss when CNN used to have the noontime fake trial, the kangaroo court, when Donald Trump was president, and my boss loved it. Like the break room only had CNN on every day. And I'm like, Jim, you're not getting the truth here. This is BS. That's not truthful at all. I don't know why we're doing this to our president. And he's like, oh, I like to be able to hear what's going on and sort out fact from fiction. I said, well, you're not doing a very good job of it. I mean, he was my boss. I wasn't allowed to tell him anything political. That's the other thing with corporations, because they're all on board. They're all being told, you got to have a diversity vice president. You got to have political correctness. You got to hire people of all colors. It's like, no, we're going to hire who comes through the door and interviews for a job. Now, we're getting Latinos and blacks interviewing for jobs, and some, not all of them, are getting hired. I told two black young men in their early 20s, 23, 24, I said, you can go far. You can actually be a general manager of a hotel, the boss. There's tens of thousands of hotels around the world. You can be a high power employee if you put up with bullshit. Hotels never close. They're open 24/7. You got to work the overnight shift. You got to work the busiest shift is 3 to 11. 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. You go home at midnight. That's the busiest shift. You got to do that. You got to work overnights. You got to work mornings. You got to put up with that, and you got to take shit from people. Service employees take more shit from the public than anyone, right? And you got to. We teach them. It's because they've traveled all day and they're out of their mind. They need to lie down and sleep. When some people are overtired and they have a schedule the next day, they're here. They traveled because they have to go on a meeting and do some speaking or some listening, and they're pissed off. They don't want to be relocated. Hotels do that a lot. I used to be the person that had to take care of that. We got to relocate you. Fuck you! I'll kill you! No, I'm sorry. we'll take care of you. We'll invite you back for a free stay, all that stuff. I would do anything. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. So you gotta kind of pamper them, because they're your guest. That's what you gotta do. That's what they want. No, did you live stream from yesterday? Yeah. So it's all they said it was updating, but that was 12 hours later. So I don't know. I'll check it soon. What did they report? People don't see. There's a lot of things people don't understand. There's the average person. I'm hearing varying reports. Some reports say that the average IQ is 99. Some say 100. Some say 105. I'm dealing with a deck of cards with a 131 IQ. No, IQs change. Your brain changes. An IQ test is not just sorting out shapes. That's just a piece of the puzzle. If there's an IQ test out there, but it's all sorting out shapes. That's not the only IQ test. There's a lot involved in that. So, but a lot of people don't understand what I'm talking about. No, they didn't tell. She didn't. I talked to a Google technician. She told me that it was updating, and that she didn't tell me there was a report of anything. We didn't mistreat anybody. It wasn't like we weren't. I mean, we had a spectrum of people there, and nobody was telling me that. I don't do that. I was an HR manager, controller, accounting manager. I was in charge of personnel and the money in my airport hotel. So we had 300 rooms, approximately 300 rooms, 10 stories. We were thinking of getting a spinnaker and a helipad, but there wasn't enough space because it was a tower. There wasn't enough space for a helipad, so we couldn't do that. So we were going to do the spinnaker, but then COVID hit, so it didn't happen. But the plans were all out there. There was going to be a spinnaker. It was going to be awesome. I don't know if they're still going to do that. You never know. So it's a YouTube screw up, but I don't know why. I suspect it's a Google employee did that, but why? I mean, they can't handle the truth. Sorting fact from fiction, If you can't handle the truth, disguise yourself as a troll and come up and chat and talk to me. That's what I think YouTube's also doing. And it could be Google employees. I'm not sure. Now I can't name names, so I don't want to say too much. I don't want to throw something out there as a conspiracy. I don't think YouTube's conspiring to do that. I think there's rogue employees. That's what I think. Replay the live stream after you're done halfway. It went blank. I just got the 3 minutes ending. I only got 10 minutes. So no, they didn't tell me there was a report. I would get that news. There was no strike. I talked to her I did the chat. We weren't talking. It was a chat. But we chatted for about 15 minutes because she had to put me on hold to check things. She just said it's updating. That's all she knew. So to me, I thought that was a good discussion for a long time. We had a discussion. The live stream was 4 hours. We had a good discussion for 1 or 2 hours. That went on well. I finally sent him a message saying, I know that I have to let go of this, but I threw a couple of things at him, and then I said, you know what? I thought you were my friend. So that's it. Friends tell things to friends, and he never told me anything, so that was the problem. But I didn't tell him it was a problem. I did that song for him. Oh, Darren, I am such a fool. Darren, I love the show. Because I do it with you, something like that. I did that more than 4 or 5 times. I may have did that maybe 10 or 20 times. I lost count. The count of that being me singing that. There was a lot of those. I did that a lot. That was our theme song for a while. Now it's "Don't Worry, Team Happy." No, I just sent him a message, and I said a few things. I had zero contact with him, and on my show I was mentioning him, so I figured I was getting back to him. One of the people that was with us, not named Shadow Scout or Fanatic, and somebody else that came up a lot, he came on my live stream and told me, "I know you're telling the truth, Jay, because it was your house." And then months later, he was on Darren's live stream saying, "Yeah, J Mike's full of it. He's a liar." So one thing that I'm not is a liar. That's why we're sorting out fact from fiction right now. I'm not a liar. Mike G did a video that really puzzles me. He was in the dark, it was black, and it was about 6 minutes, and all he did was say that the Philippines sucks, and it's no good anymore, and things are... The Philippines hasn't changed, you've changed. The problem with that is if you come here and you have the expectations that you're going to get woman 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you're crazy, you're a psychopath, and it's not going to end well. That's what... I don't know if that's what happened to you. I don't know what your expectations were when you came here, but when you were doing live streams last year, you had girls and you were bragging about all your chicks, and there was really only one up there for you the whole time. And I went up there and told you that to your face, and you didn't like it, and you said, "That's not my girlfriend." And then you dumped her and told her you're done with her, and now you don't do any more live stream. Something's wrong with you. I suspect that you're a psychopath or a narcissist or something like that. And I hate saying this because I know word's going to get back to him. But what the heck are you doing? Someone messaged me and said, he said that he hates you on his live stream. Why are you letting him on your live stream? I said, because he's not offending me. So good morning, Popeye 1. Good evening. It's morning here. So always love seeing Popeye. So it's still tricky going live this way. I got no chairs. No sound card. No studio. Can't have seats, so that's why I can't bring you guys up there, but I appreciate if you chat and give me something to talk about. I love it. I was told by Google that yesterday's live stream is still updating. It was very unusual. I told her that it's never happened before. She didn't have very many answers, but she did say that there's nothing, that it appears to be lost, but it's still updating. So apparently it's not lost, but she couldn't really explain it. Other than she told me to wait for it to completely update, is what she said. But I thought it was a good live stream. We had 1,200 views yesterday. It's not fake. It's more people in this format. More people will watch, but they're not watching everybody. They're looking for something interesting. They don't want to watch a silent live stream. That's no good. If you don't have a lapel mic or something, you'll get fewer views, I guess. I'm just guessing. Mix is here. Hey, Mix. Welcome back. You still have your jacket, which means you didn't piss me off. Let's see. ET Travel, got my coffee and kit, yeah? I love coffee, guys. Coffee time. What is going on? Good morning. Did you change your name? I don't remember that name, Coffee Time. Let's go to channel and check that out. I can't do that. Go to channel. Let's see. Let's see what we get over there. Coffee time. 3 videos. Dumaguete. You're in Dumaguete? All the Westerners go to Dumaguete and Mactan and Bihol. I have nothing bad to say about the Visayas. Norma is Visayan. My wife. You have, let's see, lifetime 3 videos. So it's up to you if you want to. Not everyone is trying to grow. Not everyone is. I went below 500,000 for the last 30 days. It's just below 500,000. It was well over 500,000 for a while, but there was like 1 or 2 days I couldn't post. the drop-offs, that's if you have one of those comparison stat charts, the drops are YouTube's fault, not mine. But still, some days I can't post quite as many videos. Balut John, you do, oh, that makes a big difference when I know who it is. Keeps changing his name, but Coffee Time's a good name. Who are you hiding from? You're not building your channel. You're not really building your channel, but I don't know. Balut John is always welcome. John is one of the wonderful super chatters. It's awesome. Sit back and relax, Popeye. Yep, I have coffee somewhere. Oh, here it is. I got the old French press right here. This is it was new when I got here like 2.5 years ago. For those of you who don't know, Popeye just bought the new Philippe's 4300. It makes coffee and all the other drinks. Starbucks make it at a third of the cost. Well, this is like 19 or 20 bucks from the USA. It's a French press. I get espresso. I order my espresso to be delivered. It shows up either next day or the second day. This time it showed up the next day. So I never run out of espresso. Now, the coffee is Filipino. It comes from the Philippines. I need a new pair. I keep buying new pairs of glasses, but there's always something wrong with them. They either don't fit or they're the wrong measurement. I went to a doctor and I paid more to get measured, but they're too strong. I got to take them off. I can't wear them. I got them only to see up close, and it was like, for some reason, because she made me go through the viewer, and I said that's perfect, and she checked it a few times, and she goes, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Yeah, that's perfect, but it's too strong. I can't wear them. They're upstairs, I think, those glasses. They're actually wonderful, but they're just too strong. It's hard to see everything." I ended up in Dumaguete because that's where my wife comes from. She was working in the call center. So there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that there's a large number of Westerners there, which I don't have here. I don't see Westerners. I saw one guy at McDonald's, which is a few blocks away. We were getting a burger, a quick little meal, and there was a Western. I didn't talk to him. I just looked at him and gave him the head nod, but that was it. I'm not really, I don't know. I just wasn't in the mood to really chat at the time, I guess. I just wanted to get a meal and get back to the house. That same French, I love the French. When my younger daughter said, "Dad, you should get a French press," I said, "I don't know how to use it." And I thought it was, it would be something difficult, but then I thought, this is a simple little machine. It only has one moving part. That's it. You put it in, it's like a plunger. I didn't realize how it worked. I thought it was more complicated than it is. Sean Williams is here. Oh, I missed you, Sean. Sorry. Hello, Sean Williams. Big shout out for Sean. Mix is hanging out. Mix, Popeye's here. Coffee Time, John Balut. Sean Williams. I said Mix, right? And who else? E.T.'s here. Awesome. Thanks for chatting, guys. Thanks for hanging out. It's Saturday. When you're retired, every day is a Saturday, and for some reason, I was just thinking Monday. Today's a Monday. It's like, oh, I wasn't really like looking at the calendar or anything. And then I looked and I went, oh, wait a minute. Why did I think it was Monday? It's Saturday. Well, it was just Friday night, last night. Because Bobby usually has a karaoke videoke, and but he skipped it last night, so we didn't do that. So that's why it didn't feel, today doesn't feel like a Saturday, that's why. So, Philippine people keep the farms and put new lenses in their glasses. Jay, send me your address and I'll send you the good stuff for your French press. Yeah? Serious? Or is that, I'm not sure if that's a serious or a joke. I'm on just go to Facebook, go to my channel, my main page, and connect with me through Facebook, and then and just send me another message, and then I'll do that. Super Bowl Sunday. Who do we got for the Super Bowl? I forgot about that. It's I can't figure out who I think is gonna win. I think here's how they fix it. It's fixed, and here's how they fix it. As the game goes on, one team will make a great play, and there'll be a flag. And they'll call it back, and they'll make a call. How often does that happen? There'll be a call. Oh no, this can't be true. Sorry, son, but it sure is too. Scott B, what is going on? Howdy, howdy. Where are you from, Scott? Where are you from? Let us know where you're from. What country? You don't have to give me your address, just tell me the country. For real. All right, yeah, just send me a message through Facebook and then I'll give it to you. I just know how hard it is to get what you really want there, Jay, and you are a good guy. So, yeah, just make sure it's legal. Marijuana is illegal here. They'll throw me in jail or they'll deport me. I can't have that happen. I cannot go back to where I was, even though I bought the house. That's the funny thing. I bought the house, but I signed it over, and I'm not welcome. And I don't know why I didn't. I gave them everything. I gave them everything I could afford. Everything can't be fixed. Right, I'm not saying everything. It's not totally scripted. That's not true. What I'm saying is there'll be a call here and a call there. One or two calls. And you don't know when that's going to be because they don't know when. But there's, the ref will be in on it. Everything can't be fixed. The players and management referees have to be in on it. Not everyone has to be in on it. There has to be a flag or two. Yeah. See, in America, it's approximately half the states have it legalized, even though there's a federal law against it, and you get the morons running the country. I'm afraid for America. When you're not working, you have more time to find more news, and but you got to realize you can't discern fact from fiction until you know what the first truth is. And E.T. will tell you what the first truth is, right, E.T.? Are you still here? Oh, you're still here. He was hanging out for a while. And Sean knows what the first truth is, too. Sean Williams, because they were here. In Arizona now, but soon in the field. All right, so Arizona there's 2 time zones in Arizona. I do know that. But I don't know the details of who's in the Pacific and who's in Mountain Time, right? But that's what you're dealing with in Arizona, right? Scotty B. That name, it's Scooty B, Scoot B, sorry. My filters are on, I just assumed that was Scott. Let's see if I'm connected to you. Go over to that, go to channel, open a new tab. Let's see what's happening over with Scoot B. Scooty has 531 subscribers with 45 videos. Okay, so if you're trying to grow, make more videos. That's the secret. More videos. Especially get videos of, I don't know, part of Arizona. You're either in Mesa, Scottsdale, Phoenix, and what's the other one? Tucson, right? Somewhere around there. So, I'm not subscribed, so I'll subscribe and I'll watch a video. But make more videos. The secret is making more videos. Find a niche and then stick with that niche. But it's okay to do different types of videos. Your videos are old, so hold on. Oh, your videos are very old. Let's see your latest short with August of 2019. So you have been on hold for a long time. Get videos of Scottsdale, Arizona, or wherever you are, whatever part of Arizona you're in, if you're coming here to be permanent, to live permanently, there'll be some things you want to see. You may not want to go back, but you might want to be able to at least show that you have it on video. So do that. Get some videos of the area. That's what I would do. And then put them up as shorts. Make some shorts, because they'll get views. But the thing is, you get 60 seconds for a short. I'm doing 15 seconds. Some of them are 10 seconds. Most of them are like 14.9, because I want to try to get them in the views that are under 15 seconds. And then some of them are a little bit longer, under 20 seconds. But not too many. I only have a few of them that are over 20 seconds. Because people will dip out after just 15 to 30 seconds is it for people. They don't have the patience. I love coffee and caffeine. Popeye, I could drink a cup of coffee and go to bed. Idle hands are the devil's workshop, Jay. That is true. That's why I go live, so I can put my mind to work. Because I have to deal with the chat for one thing. Right now, there's 23 million people in there. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Thank you. We're just getting started. Thanks for coming in, everybody. If you like to chat, we're not locked. I didn't lock it yet, but I might lock it. If I can go over to my... What I mean by lock it is require you to subscribe if you want to chat. So don't forget to like and share, guys. It's awesome, and we don't have too many likes right now, so that would be awesome. If you guys are chatting, the thumbs up should already be done. Darren, Jim, why do you keep saying Darren will help me grow my channel? Is it because they want to see the relationship? In the end, I was doing all the talking, and when we were collaborating, because he was chatting with his girl of the day, telling her, whoever would agree to keep it a secret, you'll be my fiance, but it's a secret. They can't know who you are. Who does that? And I would joke, I'd be lightheaded about it and like make fun, like, Darren, if you have a secret girlfriend, you don't have a girlfriend. But I would say it funny. So I don't know why he was doing that. And then it occurred to me that there was something wrong. And then I said, you know what, I love you like a brother, but I'm forever grateful that you stood in as my best man when we got married online. That's priceless. But I got to end the collaboration. And then we did a few more live streams, a couple more. And then he came here and made a mistake. So a girl, Jay doesn't forget that, but he didn't know Jay from Jenny, so that didn't look good for him. And everyone's calling me a liar. Why? There were girls here that you guys know, or should know. They have YouTube channels. He didn't touch them, so that doesn't make me a liar. E.T. So he did it to a lot of women. There's no lying about that. But I told him I'm willing to let it go. But I don't know if we'll do a collab. Maybe just go on a live stream together. I don't know. But coffee warms up your body for bed. The warm water, yeah, but caffeine does something different. Caffeine's also at play. I can drink a pot of coffee and sleep for days, but when the caffeine's in your blood, what it can do is wake you up, and then you can't get back to sleep. That's what happens. I drove my wife around the USA. She only needs to see 11 states to see all USA states. I just put some videos on Facebook. Oh, all 50? I have been physically in about 26 states, which means more than half. I think it's 26 states. But in California, I was only in the airports, San Francisco, and I think twice, in LA a couple of times. Because there was a couple times I flew straight into Chicago. There was once I flew into Seattle. And I've flown about, I don't know, from the Philippines, I've gone back and forth like 10 or 11 times. So I've been in Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston. I went Hawaii to Houston once, I think. No. Yeah, it might have been Hawaii to Houston. I went Manila, to Guam, to Hawaii, to Houston, to Boston. That was a weird one, because Houston was screwed up. They changed my gate and didn't tell me. I was the first one there, and then they never told me that the gate was changed, because I was early. I said, I'm not going to miss this flight, and then I went to the gift shop, and then I took a nap, and I was right at the door, and then I woke up and I went, there should be people. I'm looking at my watch. There should be people here. And I'm like, why aren't there people here? And then, I don't know, a couple of minutes went by, and I went, I better check. So I had to get up and I had to walk all the way to the end. Took me a while to see the board. And I'm looking and looking, I'm like, where's my flight? Oh my Lord, I had my boarding pass, and I'm like, I gotta go to gate whatever. This isn't the one. And it had changed. So I asked an employee, I said, where's this gate? He goes, oh, you got a long way to go, you better hurry. And I didn't miss the plane, but I was like, it was the last few people were boarding. That happened in Chicago too. And because of that, it's not because of that, but because of the gates aren't all together, you can't walk to everything, you're gonna take buses. That's why I don't like Chicago, because it's not all together. So there's nothing to like about that. Is it true that you can live in the USA for the same as living in the... No, all the money you make living in the US, living and working in the USA, it's all sucked out of you as part of your living expenses. Nobody in the USA is saving money unless you're making 6 figures for a long time. But what happens is when you make more money, Americans start to improve your lifestyle, and then that costs more money. So very few people are saving money. And if you're saving like, $90,000 or something like that, think again, it's not enough money. I once told my younger brother how much money I had saved, and it was a little bit of money, and he goes, oh, you're hurting, because he had more. But then less than 2 years later, he said to me, I'm almost broke. He's almost broke because of travel, and he's got 3 grown boys, and his wife from the Philippines had her own 3 kids, so they had 3 more kids, and then he paid to fly them. They went back and forth a couple of times, but then finally he paid to bring them to America and adopt them permanently. That was a lot of money. So, travel can cost money. Hotels, immigration, all that stuff, it costs money. I worked in 19 different countries. I'm not saying that, any one in particular doesn't have money saved. All I'm saying is most Americans do not. And you think you have money, but you only have money as long as you keep working and paying your bills. You don't really have money. There's no leftover money. I seen a police dog seat next to a guy's suitcase. Then he was escorted away by the cops in LAX. Tax time, yeah. If your taxes don't screw you over, your expenses will. The more they make, the more they spend. Yeah, exactly. So people are always dreaming about, a bigger and better house. You see these houses and it's like, I deserve that. When I came here, I thought, I'm gonna be living in crap. But I had a love to be here. I don't know what it was, but I just knew deep down that I had to come back. And I came here 10 times. So there were about 8 or 9 trips before I could make it permanent. So now it's permanent. I saw about 10 minutes of that interview. Here's how I know you're being lied to. The television media, all of them, are going berserk. Why? That's the 4th interview with Putin since Putin has been running Russia. It goes back to Barbara Walters when she was younger, Hillary Clinton, that two-faced liar. We should stop listening to her. She says nothing good. It's sickening the way she is. That's the devil in a woman's pantsuit right there, Hillary Clinton. And nothing good comes out of her mouth. And there was, I think it was Stefanowski. There was the third one, I think. George Stefanowski, the ABC. ABC is a bad company. They're part of the Disney owns ABC. Disney's a problem. They're part of it. The New World Order. It's been growing and growing for a long time. It started off as the Illuminati. When I said that, someone laughed at me, and I'm thinking, well, it's because he works, which doesn't make him stupid. He's not putting it all together. So there's a conglomerate. There's a real big conglomerate, and what happens is they get a lot of say in corporations. Big banks are State Street. Big Pharma is Vanguard, and then you have BlackRock that owns 80% of everything else. They're not the outright owners of the companies, but they're the biggest investors. And when your investor buys 49% of your company, or 39, or whatever it is, they have a say. They have a huge voting block in what you do, and they're the reason that we have all this diversity training, and there's a diversity vice president. What sense does that make? Where's the work getting done? Companies do what they do, and then they're all the same. Pepsi, Lay's, all the big corporations are a part of it. But it's not their doing. They don't go into it saying, we want to be a part of this. It becomes what they are. And then it is what it is. Bigger means more house cleaning. Yeah, that's true. I always tell the young guys they should not live off the OT money they make today. Yeah, easier said than done, because and I was the same way. I knew, there was a stock market. I knew I needed to do that, but I said, well, I can't invest in the big companies now. I can't buy Apple and Amazon now, because, it's $3,500 a share. I'm going to buy one share and it's $3,500, and then that's a huge chunk of change. And then, how do I know it's going to keep growing? I don't. I should go on airplane mode. No, I can't, because I'm broadcasting. I can't do that. So I get my messages. I'm glad it's not dinging, though. That's a good thing. Let's see. Did I miss any chats? Wait a minute. So anyway, getting back to the Tucker Carlson interview with Putin. Putin's not a worse man than Joe Biden. Joe Biden is, I never said this, but I'm going to say it now. Joe Biden is now a puppet. It's almost Weekend at Bernie's. It's like, okay, he's dead, we got to prop him up. It's like, he makes no sense. But 30 years ago, when he was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee in the Senate, he made no sense. I didn't like him. So why is it when he was younger and healthier, and he had his wits about him, he wasn't qualified to be nominated for president? You had at the time, that was right before Clinton got elected. But Clinton was getting big right about then. So why did Clinton rise up out of nowhere to be the one? And people that only watch television news, maybe they're working, whatever it is, they think he was a wonderful president, because they're not finding out that he was a part of Epstein Island. A huge part, maybe one of the biggest parts of Epstein Island. You don't do that without committing the act of pedophilia. Trust me, I worked in Russia for 2 years, and they control everything under Putin. They don't call it the KGB anymore, but he calls the shots the same as when he was high up in the KGB. The KGB is the same as the Mafia and the CIA. They're all in some ways, are still a part of this. In some ways, they're not an equal part, but they're like hanging out in the wings, so to speak. When you have a hockey team, you know, you have your A-line, you know, the United Nations, the WEF, you know, you have your main groups there. You have, you know, State Street Bank, they're right there. And, you know, even the old organization chart, there's a lot of similarities still that are in the world today. Now, it's the old, this is what it was, and it's still very much like that. So, not totally exactly, but it's Rule the World 1967. In the middle is Order of the Illuminati. Now that might be the WEF. I don't exactly know. Over to the right, you got Great Britain on the right and the United States on the left. You got Order of the Illuminati. That might be the WEF, or it could be BlackRock. Then you have House of Rothschilds. There's still a Rothschild. The family, the head of the family, it's always one of the oldest one, I guess. They're still there. The date, it's handwritten. This is handwritten. The date is 1740. That's when this was. Now, that's Rothschilds. Here, the date is, I think, 1718. It's hard to see it because when I expand it, it gets blurry. And it's handwritten, and it was handwritten in 1967. So there are differences now, but this is written out. Why would they do that? This is pretty down below the Order of the Illuminati, which could have been. There could be some changes now, and there obviously are because of the conglomerates now. Big banks are in it now. The big bank here, below the Order of the Illuminati, and then who knows who the people are in that big square at the top. It could be Larry Fink. You know, it could be Klaus Schwab, someone like that. Some people like that. They don't call every shot, but they kind of bring it all together. Then you had the Council of 13. Who are they now? That could be the WEF. I'm not sure. The Kahila, the Grand Druid Council, Hellfire Club is right there. And there's little lines and arrows pointing out. So that could be a money line. Homosexual International Amsterdam, Foundation International Committee for Sex Equality, right near the top. We know this to be true. Black Lives Matters was about the wokeness of the transgenders. We know that to be true. Hellfire Club on the European side, the Kahila Hellfire Club, League of Just Men. We mentioned House of Rothschilds. The Group. The Group is 1790, I think. Oxford. It's Oxford. So when you hear these atheists from Oxford talking about evolution and all this stuff, you know they're full of crap. And on the American side, it's the Order. Chapter 322, Skull and Bones. Everyone still talks about that. That still exists. It's Yale. And it's 1833. We said, so now up again going toward the middle, Illuminati, Council of 13, and then the Bilderbergers, Council of 500. That is 1957. So it's changing, and then below that is the Atlantic Council. I don't know who that would be now. And then below that, Federal Reserve. To the European side, the Royal Institute for International Affairs, 1919, I think. And then over on the American side, Council on Foreign Relations, 1919. The IMF, the United Nations, the World Court, and the World Bank, right there. Federal Reserve, Atlantic Council. League for Industrial Democracy. What date is that? I think that says, might be 1903 or 1905, something like that. And then these are all spinning off the United Nations. World Court, World Bank, IMF, UNICEF, WHO, the World Health Organization, UNESCO, I remember them. I don't know if they still exist. League for Industrial Democracy, we said that. Socialist Party USA, I don't know, they're on the European side. Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, 1913. Those were the days of Stalin and Lenin. Lenin, I think, was still alive. And on, KGB, CIA, Mafia, Rand Corporation, the map makers. And the House of Rockefellers is like way up. They're right under the order. So they came in a little after Rothschild. And then the polling groups, Harris Poll, Gallup Poll, Roper Poll. Let me look at the chat. I've been skipping the chat, guys. So on and on it goes. I just want to read this real fast. Pilgrim Society. It's hard to read this because it's almost off the page. Something sexual. And Wokeism Society. The Ritualian Democratic Parties. Institute for Policy Studies, I've heard of them. United World Federalists, Americans for Democratic Action, World Affairs Council, Anti-Defamation League, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP, American Friends Service Committee, and American Civil Liberties. Back then it was the American Civil Liberties Committee, which now it's the Union. So what kills me is the Mafia, CIA, KGB, Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and the WHO. That's what kills me. And it goes out like a spider web. It actually goes down and out, sort of like an organization chart, actually. So that's that. Putin has always believed in the USSR. He's always been doing that. So Mike Whitcomb's here. Yeah, so somewhere the KGB is still there, and whatever name they have, it's just, that was old. That doesn't change. That's just my copy of it. The protection fees to the local group, that's a part of it. That's a part of all this stuff that we're talking about. Putin is trying to put the USSR back. The Soviet Union is gone forever. So as long as people are still alive, things are not gone forever. It's still there. I mean, it's not the Soviet Union, but those countries still have themselves as a former Soviet bloc country. That won't go away, Mike. So, I mean, as it was, that it won't be as it was, but it's still Mother Russia, that's for sure. But I don't fear, you fear police and government and military, but I don't fear Russia the way Russia's so bad. It's like, that's part of the big lie. Putin and Russia are no worse than Biden and the left-wing USA. So, back before the U.S. got involved in World War II, there was a war going on. We knew it, and we didn't want to get involved. No, we're in our safe little corner over here. We don't need to worry about that. Meanwhile, London's getting bombarded. So, you can blame Churchill for doing a lot of things, but he saved them. He helped get rid of that. So for what it's worth, it's like, oh, hey, Trump, well, he's helping you. He's helping you fight your enemy, and you don't even know who your enemy is. Yes, the far left, they're doing, the conglomerates, they're taking your money so they can invest in your company and then tell you what to do and take more of your money and then tell you don't have any money and then take control of your bank account. So they're helping you to fuck yourself. That's what they're doing. And I'm talking about the conglomerates under BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. Big pharma, big banks. The banks are going to do this. It's going to go cashless society, and then they're going to have everybody on digital. You won't be able to buy anything without having the mark of the beast. It's coming. It's already been written. If you don't believe that, right, why is everything the way it is? The more I sit down, if you don't see it, you're not stupid, but you don't see it. But, Scoot B says, well, I've been to Russia, and part of this stuff is true, so there's things that are true. I'm not saying exactly what's true, but I'm saying that it's somewhat true that this is all true. I'm beating around the bush for a reason, guys. Because I don't have, no, you guys have specifics, but I don't. What I told you is specific. There's a connection between the mafia and the CIA. There are connections. In the KGB and the WHO, the United Nations, there's some types of connections between them. Whether it's a money line, whether money goes to the United Nations or UNICEF, and then they take it and they say, well, we're going to give it to you so that you can give it to the, it's money laundering. And, you know, there's a stimulus package. Well, you know, $943 billion are going to go to the NAACP. They're going to, somebody there is going to cuff out money to the CIA, and then somebody there is going to cuff out money to the mafia and say, you know, kill that old Clinton aide or the chef that cooked for Obama. Or what, you know, that's how they're doing that without being specific. That's all true because we have dead people. Young people don't just die. A good swimmer doesn't just drown. The crocodile hunter, a crocodile never killed him. He died from a stingray bite, right? And he wasn't paying attention. It got him because he's always doing that. I love that guy. May God protect his soul. Forgive him for his transgressions and save him. That's what I'll say. And the reason I can make that prayer so long after his death is because when you die, you go outside of time. We're inside time. When you die, you go outside time. There's another reality. We can't see it. We can't touch it. We can't see it, but we think it's not there. The Oxford guys will tell you it doesn't exist. When you really listen to them, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what I'm not giving you specifics, whatever. I'm only saying what I'm saying because if I can't give you specifics if I don't have it. Some very smart people, they know a lot of this, but they don't see it as one big picture. They don't, and that's what we're getting. It's one big picture. Klaus Schwab, Larry Fink, George Soros, those people are running the world, and we don't see it. We think, oh no, Joe Biden's running. No, really? Barack Obama has more power in the United States than Joe Biden. They might even run Michelle Obama in the end and get her nominated. The woman that is not a leader, she's a leader of nothing, and she's going to be nominated to be president, to sit there and let Barack pull the chains. That's what's going to happen. Yep. And I don't know how much better I can explain it. Now, I could have worded it all differently. Every time I do this, it's worded differently because I'm not reading from a script. I'm only reading from the chart, the handwritten chart, which is all over the place. I should print that out and show it. I don't know if I ever printed that. I got my backup hard drives plugged in. I don't have the printer's not. I mean, I could easily do that. Not sure if I want to though. That's what we think it might happen. It will be a nightmare. The things she says, she talks like a dumb woman. I don't think she's not a leader. I don't get it. I don't care if you went to college. What did she study? Fucking social studies? Really? A degree in some type of social study is a fake degree. I've been studying the Bible for 5 years. I don't have a degree, a divinity degree. I don't. But I'll sit and have a discussion about it with anybody that is a PhD with divinity. What do we have here? We lost yesterday's, well, at least temporarily. There's too much food here. I can't eat all this. This is crazy. You know, I have to talk. I can't eat. I can't eat and talk. We got French toast here. That's, you know what French toast, the hot dogs there. There's like one, two, three. Wait, we got lumpia. That's going to be the good one right there, guys. That's a tomato, a grilled tomato, cooked, split in half and put on the grill. And then we got skillet grilled eggs right there. That is going to be delicious. Masarap noot, guys. If you're speaking Tagalog, masarap noot. Oh, so masarap. It's delicious. Masarap means delicious. Just delicious. Masarap na lang. There it is, guys. Masarap na lang. So we'll try this first because it's there's no dip, but I'll take it. It's delicious. There's no way to put it. Honey, there's no way to put it. I will need to move that. Move that. You're crazy. All right. It's okay. I appreciate that. It made a nice little change of pace. World War III is here. That could be the fire that ends the lives that Revelation, written 2,000 years ago, is talking about. Revelation was written in they completed it, I think, either in 70 or 90 AD, the first century. And they say that in the end we're going to burn. So those who are not saved, if you're saved, you're saved. But if you're not saved, it's likely that you will burn. So the people building bunkers in the mountains of Maui, you're going to burn first. So if you're Mark Zuckerberg in a beautiful, luxurious bunker in the volcanoes, the mountains of Maui are volcanoes, the magma will just seep right through and it'll disintegrate you when it gets there. Once you see that, there's only one thing you can say. They won't pray to God while they're still alive. They will only go, "Oh my God!" Which is a sin. It's a sin to say that. Forgive me, Lord, but I have to explain that. It's a sin to be scared and then say, "Oh my God!" Because you're saying it in vain. You're not praying to God. You're praying to yourself. David Kelly. David Kelly, advisor to Blair. I think it's Tony Blair, right? Wait. Who's no longer in charge, was knocked by MI5 after he told Blair there was no weapons of mass destruction found hung in a forest in Nottingham. That was a while back, right? So, I don't hear every news story, especially older ones. I've been paying attention to this now since I retired. I'm shocked. I knew part of this to be true, but I had no idea it was like this because I never paid attention. John had French toast too. I don't know what to eat. I can't eat all this. It's too much. My wife loves me. She wants me to have a good breakfast. Take one more look at that, guys. It's awesome. Look at that. Eggs, hot dogs, lumpia. This is the egg roll is lumpia. You got the grilled tomato, you got the grilled hot dogs, and fried eggs right there, guys. That is so awesome. On a platter. The only thing I can't say is it's not on a silver platter. All wars are fought over money and land. What other reason is there to have a war? Money and land. Oh, Wait a minute, I'm reading low here. I gotta kill some pages here. All right, I had to kill a few tabs. Every once in a while we get a little Wi-Fi glitch. Too much in use. Honey, are you streaming? Don't stream right now, okay? Are you streaming? I'm getting error messages. She won't answer me. That means she's streaming. She said no. War is a business. Well, the expense is the lives of your sons. That's how you weaken a nation. You win a war, you weaken a nation. Because boys of fighting age are getting killed. I watched the movie We Were Soldiers, or When We Were Soldiers, starring Mel Gibson and I think Elliot, forgot his name. But they were a little bit older than the guys fighting, but they were the platoon leaders, sergeant and lieutenant, I think, something like that. The older guys didn't get killed. It was all the younger guys. They did, because they didn't know what they were up against. I don't know what Saturn Storm is. Is that a term for a like an operation? I don't know. Solon, thanks for coming in, Solon. Thanks for chatting. Soldiers fought in Gulf War that say they do the same thing in mourning should be ashamed of themselves, killing a million people when they lie, and they... So, if my country enlists me and trains me and sends me out on a war mission, right, built on a lie, and I'm at war, I'm gonna pull the trigger when I see the enemy. I'm not gonna be ashamed of that. I'm gonna pray to God that I'm saving my life and fighting for my country. That's the end of that story. And who's to tell you who's lying? Now, maybe you think they're lying. Maybe people from both sides think the other side's lying. When you're fighting for your country, you ask God to forgive you and help you. It's kill or be killed. You got to save your life. Right? I mean, am I right? I mean, you're not going to just let yourself be killed and be a martyr. I mean, I don't believe in that. I don't disagree with the war machine. The companies building war products are thriving. Everyone hated Ronald Reagan and Dwight Eisenhower. When Dwight Eisenhower left office in 1960, he said on his last day, I think it was his last day, Eisenhower said, there's a war machine that we got to watch out for. And that never stopped. Kennedy was like that too, and he's dead now. I don't know if he's the first killing of this secret. There's many names that we're calling it, but I'm believing that to be true more and more now. I didn't think it was true. Well, isn't it funny that the economy looks good, but everyone's broke? You're all broke, right? The price of everything's too high. Big E, free speech. I didn't mention you by name yesterday, but I did say that some people are very smart, But if you're spending your time working, you don't see the big picture. You see a lot. You see more than the average person. But since I've retired, I've rearranged my thought process. I have a document written in 1967. When I said Illuminati, they were at the top. I mean, that's the idea. That was from the 1700s. That's what they called it. So that now could very well be the WEF. So that's really, explaining that. I didn't really get too far into that. And I don't know everything, but I see the picture. Mix, I can't control the thought process of individual people. You don't know what it's like to hold a gun in war and you're being shot at and you don't know where the bullets are coming from. The age of those men averages under 21. So they're gung-ho. To them, it's like when guys play football, it's because they're not in war. It's like, yeah, we're going to kill them. Yeah, we're going to smash them. You smash mouth football. Well, war is different. Imagine everyone on your high school football team killed in a war. Maybe they killed someone before they were killed. Are they damned? You gotta be careful when you describe battle. Be very careful. War is disgusting. I'm doing good, Big E. I'm doing good. It always comes to this. Whenever I say sorting fact from fiction, this is what happens. So it's J Mike, I have a document. I'm going to I don't want to spend as much time on it, but the document is handwritten in 1967. So back then, this was it. Now today, there's a lot of similarities, but obviously the WEF is in place. I don't know if they take the place of, there's little things I don't know. In the middle, you have Order of the Illuminati. That may be nothing. That may just be when it started in 17. Now, it's handwritten, and when I expand it, it gets fuzzy, so it's hard to read because it's a small print. It could be 1734, something like that. Up at the very top on the left, it says "Rule the World." So they already had this in place. The Order of the Illuminati, that may just be somebody like Klaus Schwab. The head of the WEF, maybe. It's sorted into two sides, the United States, Great Britain. In the middle, it's pointing over to on the Great Britain side, House of Rothschild, 1740, I think. It's handwritten, so it's hard to see the date, because the dates are smaller, excuse me. The dates are small. So, hey, Debbie's here. Awesome, thank you for stopping in. Debbie usually stops in once each live stream. It's awesome. So, now, back in the middle, you get the Council of 13, the Kahilda, Hellfire Club. Hellfire Club is sort of like independent. League of Just Men, 1840. The Group. The Milner Round Table, Oxford, out of Oxford in the year. Hard to read that, but it could be 1840. So by 1840, you have the Group and the Order. And the Order is 1833, I think. Oops. Got more than one thing open here. The Order, Chapter 322, Skull and Bones, 1823, Yale. So you have Yale and Oxford. You've heard of that, right? But going down, you get the Bilderbergers, the Atlantic Council, the Federal Reserve. What year do they have? They have Really hard to read that one. It's 18 something. It's really hard to read that. Council on Foreign Relations is over on the American side, 1919. And then on the British side, Royal Institute for International Affairs, also 1919. So, and then it goes down. Atlantic Council, Federal Reserve, World Court, World Bank, and then the United Nations is bigger in the center. So they're at the center of this. They're sort of in the center. The United Nations. You got, and I said World Court, World Bank, Federal Reserve, for Industrial Democracy, 1903. Teaser of Unitarians, it's hard to read that one. UNICEF is there, the IMF, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commissions, the Bohemian Club, the House of Rockefellers, Mafia, CIA, KGB, the WHO, UNESCO, UNICEF, Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, I think it's 1918. Socialist Party USA over on the British side, you know, the MI5. Someone said MI5, right? They're a part of this, and so on. That's not all of it, but that's most of it. So now, there could be changes now. You got Big Bank, State Street, Vanguard, Big Pharma, and then obviously the WEF and BlackRock. BlackRock is invested in 80% of the Fortune 500. That is true. The reason why this doesn't make sense, the quality of life is, yeah, I know that, so that's how they fool you. Not everything is completely stupid, but the whole idea is wrong. And it's the quality of life for many people, not all. The American poor person is living in luxury. The Filipino poor person will smile and hug you if you give him $5 US. They're not all equally in it. You know, BlackRock is more in it than UNICEF, I would say, but when there's a stimulus package and UNICEF gets, you know, or the League of Women Voters or somebody, they get, you know, $80 billion. They in turn hand it over to somebody else. They in turn hand it over to the mafia, and then someone's dead. That is true. Now, what hands did the money sift through? Only anyone, I can't answer that. Well, I'm looking at a document handwritten in 1967. That's all I can tell you guys. Now, what anyone specifically does is not my point. My point is that the lines drawn between them, like a web, could be a money line. Maybe MI5 doesn't receive the money that the United Nations receives. You know, so I'm not saying any of that. In 1960, the Philippines was the wealthiest country in Asia. It wasn't until 1962 that Taiwan, so there's been all sorts of problems here. I visited that Fort Santiago about 2 weeks ago. Norma and I went over there. We did a couple of little videos. It's old. Everything's like worn out. Those cannons are old. Janine's World, mega love shout out. Janine's World is here, guys. Say hello. Yep, no argument there, Big E. The Phil's shambolic economy was man-made crisis by their corruption. Well, the United States is lucky that they're so strong that they can withstand this shit. but they're not going to withstand it forever. If we keep voting, if we re-elect the Democrats, we're screwed. Someone told me, it's none of my business, and no, more than one person told me, it's none of your business anymore, you live in the Philippines. Oh, really? I'm an American citizen for life. I have a right to say whatever I want until YouTube shuts me down. This is grilled French toast. It's really just toast. I said French toast, but it's toast. There's no egg on it. My mistake. Putin said the U.S. dollar as a world currency is keeping the U.S. strong. Well, that's true, yeah. That is true. And as I said earlier, your chats will change this live stream as you go along, guys. So, when you state facts, I don't know every fact, but I have a funny way of figuring out what's fact and fiction. I think it's a good thing to suddenly decide that Tucker Carlson is the enemy because he's talking to Putin. Hillary Clinton herself also interviewed Putin, George Stephanopoulos, and I forgot his name from the CBS, I forget the name of the CBS News show from years ago, but he also was there. My favorite food? It's hard to say. Food is good. Food is a good thing. We get chicken and eggs, I guess. Conspiracy. I'm not specifically saying anything. I'm saying there's a group in place, and it's right now the head of the group is the WEF. They're the leaders. Klaus Schwab. That is true. Biggie trying to keep me on the straight and narrow. That's okay. You got a good thing going on. Good job, you know. I'm not saying that they're specifically doing anything. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying I can see the power setup. It's been there for since 1733. So there's actually no specific thing they're doing. All this now all companies. Why do all companies have to have a diversity vice president and all this stuff? It's all nonsense. But that's the WEF. Hi Jay, by the way, I was aware of the YouTube format on landscape only and not portrait mode the way you do it. I think you mean the opposite. It is in portrait mode now. This way is different than when I see others in portrait when messing up, not changing. I'm able to get more viewers this way, so I would prefer that. And Big E is keeping me on the straight and narrow, which would be also helping me sort fact from fiction. Yeah, I'm not like making any claims that so-and-so is doing this and you better watch out. That's not what I'm doing. Ukraine war is designed by states to weaken Russia, also to kill both Ukrainian and Russian men, thus depopulating as well. Many think Israel is planning to put people there. Why? Why would Israel? BlackRock, we know, is talking about BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street are going to invest in rebuilding. They're already taking steps, boots on the ground, to help rebuild the Ukraine in a Western style. That is happening, the Klan didn't want black politicians and ran the South, but Obama won in 2 landslide elections. Why is that? Yeah, I haven't mentioned the Ku Klux Klan. I haven't not mentioned them at all. So the point is, the Trilateral Commission might want to do things, but that doesn't mean they will be able to achieve it. Yeah, I don't disagree with that either. How am I setting? I'm using the iPhone 14 Jareel slots, and I have a lapel mic. So I get the lapel mic. The phone's charged up 100%, 98%, whatever. Oops. I almost flipped that off the table. Sorry, I'm talking with food in my mouth, guys. It's the iPhone 14, the front cam. It's on. I go to YouTube plus. On the phone, it's a plus button to go live or to post anything, and then there's a selection where you can find live. You can do shorts, or go live, or look at your videos. So you hit the live button, and then you go through the setups to set up the live stream. You can set up with a co-host, or I forget what they call that, or just by yourself. So today I skipped the co-host. You can have one other person up here if you want, but you got to do that at the beginning. I can't decide to change it now. They let you go widescreen if you want in landscape, but I also skipped that too. Right, Deborah Oram? I never liked this format, except we get more viewers, so that's fine. Hey, Maui Howie, what's going on? Maui's over in Thailand, I think. You still in Thailand, right? That's the other thing. I don't know if they're still there. Howie, I don't know how long that you plan on being in Thailand. Lexus J with his iPhone 14 would be the envy of John Rockefeller. He never. I said to myself, I don't need the iPhone 14. I had the XR, and I thought, well, next one I'll get is the 11 or the 12. But then I thought, when I was shopping, I said, and I wasn't thinking of the battery dying. I said to myself, well, I might have this one for a long time, so at least I'll have the latest. Now it'll be the latest, so I won't be too far off. As it gets old, you get the 15 coming out, then you'll get the 16, and then I'll have an old phone. But if I got the 11, it would be really old. So, you've been there 2.5 years? Oh, I thought you were in Maui Howie. I thought you were in Maui. Maui, Hawaii. Hi, Rod Moto. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for saying hello. The fact is, I'm a very lucky man, Big E. The fact is, you have a more luxurious life than the USA's first billionaire. He was scraping up horse poop. Wasn't that Rockefeller? You lived in Maui 30 years ago, so you're Maui Howie. So that's just because it's Maui Howie. That's why I thought. So did I miss anything? So if the CFR is bad, I saw Bring It On seems to be working. I didn't understand that. In Krabi, Thailand, right? It's Krabi, Thailand, right? Mix, you're a little off the map there. Israel's not going to, Israel wants Ukraine. If they get kicked out of the Middle East, there are a huge amount of Israeli NGOs now in Ukraine. Really? I never heard of a country moving to another area. I never heard of that. Doesn't mean it isn't true. They may be doing that, but I don't. They did that before the internet, before a lot of things way back, but I don't think they're going to get kicked out. No one's kicking them anywhere. No, it doesn't give me more views. It puts me in the suggestion box to more eyeballs. That's what it does. Yeah, I think Mix, Big E says you are living in luxury too. You are not at war. You have the internet. You eat and have free medical. So if we put it in perspective, life is not perfect, but it's much improved from the time of... Yeah, that is true. That is not untrue, Big E. We know that. I know that. Rockefeller did not have... Well, the first Rockefeller did not have our luxuries. But they're still doing this. And maybe we see it differently than they do. But we hate people that we look at them as being rich, but we don't think the way they do. That is true. I used to stick up for them. It's not Rockefeller's fault that this is happening. It's a lot different now. But what I'm saying is, it's still in place. It does exist. Like everything is good for everybody. Like the same thing. The WEF wants everyone to do everything the same way. That's what we're fighting. And Klaus Schwab is a communist. I'm almost done this food. I said I wouldn't eat it all, but I'm almost done. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Life is better now. That is true for everybody because we're not as strong and tough as they were. You know, if you go way back, you know, Abraham and Israel and Isaac, on occasion they used a rock for a pillow for their head. We know that. You're not tougher than your forefathers, guys. There's no way. They didn't have a single luxury. You can't eat all that. But just because we have luxuries doesn't mean we need the WEF to tell us how to live. They're telling companies how to do things the same. They want everybody to be the same. And at the same time, they want to take all your money. They want control of that, and they're going to do it. Motorbike road trip. Everyone thinks, you know what? I didn't think this, because I had a new home. It was a 4-bedroom home, 2-car garage, beautiful area. It was beautiful. When I came here, I thought I'm not going to have as much luxury. But now that I've been here almost 2.5 years, 2.25 years, I think, right, I am doing exactly what I want. But I see things happening. That's all I'm saying is I see things happening. We're being tricked. We're being taken. They are taking from us. There's no doubt about that. I don't need to thank Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock or the WEF for my luxury. It's actually the thing I love the most about the Philippines is that I'm the luckiest man alive. I sold all my possessions. Yeah, that is Big E's got it again. You're right on Big E. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying there is something out there that people don't see, and that's why Do you like spending $20 a pound for salmon? Or whatever it is. Tell me it isn't $20. Tell me what it is. Nobody will tell me. They're not controlling me, but they're trying to control everybody. They just haven't done so yet. We know they're trying to control everybody. We know it because they're saying so. They're not hiding it. The woke and politically correct stuff is killing far more than Schwab. But Schwab's been the head of the WEF since 1971. I haven't really said what I think of the WEF, except that we don't need all that BS. The people that are doing the talking at Davos are very selfish, and they don't understand how, like, better than we do, how to run our own lives. That's all I'm saying. Especially the women that are speaking at Davos on behalf of the WEF or during the WEF conferences. They don't know how to live their lives better than I know how to live my life. That's what I'm saying. I do have a good life here. That's why I don't want to go back. That's why I'm a permanent resident. But to hear this, they're going to try to take over the whole world. I'm hearing this. Just don't become a lunatic like this. Yeah. No, trust me, I'm not. When I got here, like a couple of days after I arrived here, over 2 years ago, Norma said, "You're so relaxed now." Well, Big E, that's a part of what they're doing. Is the WEF is, there's a lot of political correctness that they're shoving down our throats. You should know a lot of this stuff. I don't follow because I think it's going to go away. But when they invest in you, they give you sheets and charts to tell you got to do this, you got to do that. You have to have high scores in diversity and carbon footprint, and it's like, get out of here. You're flying private jets, and you're telling us to lower we have to have a net zero carbon footprint. Things like that is what they're doing. Yeah, we've done a few of those. We were going to do one the other day, but we ended up not doing it. Mix political correctness. Well, that's a part of it too. They're all about political correctness. Back in the 80s is now woke. That's what it's become. Wokeism, I get, in a way. My life looks good, yes, but I don't want it to change. Like, okay, it's a cashless society, I'm screwed. I don't want that happening. So that's what we're talking about. What are they going to do next? They're already planning all this. We know it's in the plans. So the real Holocaust was the wiping out of a race and everybody in the way. Yeah, I'm on record as saying I'm one of the luckiest men in the world. I don't need money. I mean, everyone needs a base amount of money to eat and have a house and pay for electricity and stuff. That is true. That's what we do. And then whatever's left over, we give away. Whether we're buying food for Christmas gifts to some cousins and nieces and nephews, and that sort of thing, that's what we do. Our charity it's not big bucks, but we give a little money. We kind of hand out a little bit of money, small amounts. When we go out, people will always put their hand out like they know me, they want money, but I don't give them very much, but it's a little. I always give them something. Yeah, mix. I mean, Big E's got some good stuff to tell us. There's no doubt. Big E's got he's got a head on his shoulders. Things are well thought out. But there are things changing. The central banks are getting stronger because smaller banks were in trouble, and if they didn't get bought out by the bigger banks are getting more customers that way. You got to go somewhere, right? Eisenhower was a very evil man. Oh, really? He's the one that warned us about the war machine mix, so be careful when you make statements like that. Be careful when you make statements like that. Eisenhower was not president during the war. He was in the war. So what do you mean he committed atrocity? You got to be careful. I've never heard anyone else say that. Big E's in a country right now that the USA did massive atrocities. Vietnam, yeah, that's true. I've been to Dachau and Auschwitz. Very life-changing, yeah. Yep. Not too far off on Auschwitz. You almost got it. Churchill was the leader of England and living in London when bombs were hitting. So to single him out as being atrocious or shocking, it's like you're throwing sucker punches out there. I don't know why you're doing that. You're telling a guy that runs things and builds things to read up. You got to be careful what you're reading. That's the other thing. Be careful what you think is true and where you're getting that information. Nixon wasn't the first to warn about the media complex. Eisenhower and Kennedy did that too. We think that's why Kennedy's dead. Well, I do. I did. It wasn't just some rogue guy that killed him. That didn't start it. He didn't just say, "Oh, I want to kill somebody today." It didn't happen that way. The entire Vietnam War was based on a lie. The Gulf of Tonkin incident, and of course, we abandoned the South. Do I have all that? True. Yeah. True again. Sorting fact from fiction. True again. I still have this cough. I don't know why. Len, what's that? A short? I saw a couple of Nixon videos. I looked a little bit at that, but I was a young teenager, or like 12, 13, 14 when. Let's see, when Nixon was first president in 68, right? I was about 11 when he got elected. Yeah, I don't set U.S. policy, yeah. When England, Churchill was the leader of England during World War II. They got bombed for no reason. Germany just decided to bomb them. So bombs were hitting buildings. Whatever Churchill did after that someone didn't like, that's the price you pay for doing what was done to London. Oh, it's okay. We'll lose 1 million. One of them could have been you. You could have been in one of those bombs, one of those buildings when bombs hit in London in 1940 or 39. I forget what year it was. I don't have the factual details of dates, specific things happening. Good morning, Two Beers. How are we this fine Sunday morning? We're doing fine. I'm a lucky man. I'm very lucky. Norma brought out the platter. I ate the whole thing. I did not think that I was going to eat all that food. It was a wonderful brunch. I don't usually show an empty plate, but earlier, if you really want to see it, you'll have to wind back. We lost the live stream yesterday. It was a wonderful, we had about 1,300 views, 1,200 views, I'm sorry. And it didn't load back in from YouTube, so I don't know what's happening. Yeah, when there's a war, you never know what's going to happen. You never know. If you fight a war fair, you're in danger of losing the war. So what are you going to do? You got to avoid war. That's what Trump says. You got to avoid war. Why is he the bad guy? Because the war machine doesn't prosper under Donald Trump. That's why. But the price of gas is wonderfully low. That was a good thing. I thought if gas can stay low, I can make it. I can make it well. Because I was driving a Lexus back then, on a long trip to work. So I thought, I need a low price of gas, fill my tank. I can't have $6 a gallon gas. Or $5, that's too much money. I had 31 beers yesterday for $15. San Mig? We get San Mig here, yeah. Beer is so cheap here. I don't drink beer, but it's cheap, and liquor. You'll pay more for. I can get cheaper rum, even though I'm paying an import price, than America. No, America's importing it too, but it's so close to Puerto Rico. Actually, Puerto Rico is a territory of the U.S., so there's a lot of rum in Puerto Rico. And it's more expensive to buy it in the U.S. because there's more taxes on it. Oh, we're going to have a sin tax, but we want to take the word sin out of the dictionary because we love our sin. It's like mind-boggling. 31 beers for 15. That's an odd number, 31. Why did you buy 31 beers? Were they single cans and they ran out? No, just put them in a big bag. Yeah, but see, most people have less than 100 IQ, and they allow it. That's really. Yeah, Big E's right on target there. Most people and governments are selfish, which leads to wars. Yeah. So you're all making good points, but you got to be careful what you think is true. Yes, but there is a certain crowd that runs things. Look at banks. Yeah, well, I've already said that. But the thing is, they're growing stronger, and so it's what's next. They want to go digital currency. They want to give everybody a digital ID. They want to go cashless. So if that all happens, they'll have all the control. That is what we're afraid of. It's what yeah. So what I said was the groups are separate, but they have a lot that brings them together. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Big E is saying, put the brakes on it, guys. The world is what it is. That is true. So, you're going to have a few people yelling and screaming and change that. That's for sure. Sorting out fact from fiction. A San Mig Tower. Oh, it just happened to have. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, you bought the tower. How big was that? Where was it? I know you said, but it's hard to find that. You're in Vietnam. You bought it in Vietnam? That is like a mini keg. Wow, 30. I think 30 to 32 beers or 35 beers. That's a keg, right? I'm not even sure. He's not, Mix. Big E's not part of the team that we're talking about. Working for them for a living doesn't put you on the team. It's not like that. Vanguard buys shares of stock in Fortune 500 companies and becomes, what happens, they have a say in the board of directors. They have some say, and they say, well, you're not doing this or that, you're not going to grow, so if you want us to invest in you, you got to give us some say. And that's what's happening. So that's not Big E's doing. Life is good. I'm doing fine now, but I'm just talking about what I see. Yeah, Big E makes very good points here, guys. Would you rather live in World War I or World War II? Things are not perfect, but they are clearly better than in the past. Yeah, we just don't want World War III. But we know the prophecies have all been coming true. There's no discrepancies in the Bible. There's cross references that prove things to be true also. And that's the scary part. It's not scary, it's enlightening. Everyone that swallows an aspirin. You know, that makes me say, I'll read the whole thing. Everyone, wait, I need to push that out of the way. Everyone who swallows an aspirin benefits from Big Pharma. Well, they're Big Pharma because they take their profits and they invest in other companies and help them succeed, but they have a say. So that's all I'm saying. But the conglomeration of all of it is a potential threat. That's what we're saying. They could tell government to fuck off, and we are now in control. That's what everyone's afraid of. Why not Big E? Robert is there, and he is having a great life. Yeah, I'm not saying that I don't have a good life either. I'm just saying that I'm aware that this exists. That's all I'm doing. I'm not saying that, some specific person in the WAF did this and then therefore, we're all screwed. I'm not saying that. Well, Mix, if you knew you could make $10 billion, $10 billion, would you sell your cure for cancer for, 100,000? Because they're not going to give you all that money. Actually, they'll kill you and they'll take the cure for cancer, and you won't get anything. That's what they'll do. Tell anyone taking beta blockers if they are happy with Big Pharma. Oh, say more. I need a little bit more on that one, Big E. A lot of things are better now than they ever were. That is true. Worldwide hunger, Mike, is a fraction of what it was 100 years ago, a drop in the bucket. Sad for those who have that problem, yes. There are still people that are hungry. We hired a woman with a family. She's got a bunch of kids. She's got like 5 kids. And we don't pay her that much, but sometimes we give her more food. She eats when she's here, so we give her meals and stuff like that. But our money to spend is limited too. We have some money that we can do that, but it's limited. I can't just give them, thousands of dollars. I can't do that. Mick Fisher's here, just out here, actually feeding hungry people. Good eye, Mick Fisher. Good day to you. Hello, Megaliv shout out. Brett's back in. Awesome. So, I told my dad, I had a lot of dental work, see the smile, I had a lot of dental work done when I got here. And my dentist is my age, so she might not be around forever. But she asked, it took a couple of months to do all the work, and over that time, she asked me several questions. And I told her I don't have any subscriptions to maintain my quality of life. And I told her that I don't take anything at all. I don't take vitamins, and I have vitamins, and every once in a while I take them, but it's not every day. And what else? I don't take the blue pills. Nothing. So I said, Norma, I'm going to get a little personal here. So I am 67, and I said, Norma, I'm going to have to set aside some money I don't know how to get Viagra. And she goes, you don't need that. I never got any. I don't need it. Oh, that was so funny. If you do need it, that means you're with the wrong person, guys. And that's just my opinion. I don't know everything, but Norma was right. I thought I would need it, and because I'm old. Well, I wasn't 67 then; I was 65. So, but 2 more years gone by, two and a quarter years, and still don't need it. So I don't know. It's not, when you're our age, we don't have sex nobody has sex every day, guys, unless you're a maniac. But that will slow down. I don't want to give too many details, but it's not every day. I don't believe for 1 second that they're withholding cancer cures, but that we're learning now that sugar feeds cancer. It doesn't cause cancer, it feeds cancer. And so we're learning more now that you gotta live a life that will help you to avoid getting sick. And that includes sugar will spike your insulin and make you fat. You gotta stop doing it, and fruit is a part of that. So I would suggest sleeping on an empty stomach and cut down on eating white bread and pastas and stuff, and rice and white rice and stuff like that. Cut down on that stuff. And we cut a meal out. We only eat twice a day. It looked like a lot of food, but I won't eat now till 5 o'clock. So I'll go the rest of it's almost 12 o'clock here now. I'll go another 5 hours before I eat, at least, maybe even 6. So you work for a company not named Vanguard. Vanguard's the investor. They invest in Big Pharma, so they tell you what to do. You don't tell them what to do, they tell you what to do. And they're not talking to you directly, they're talking to your bosses. And it's not like they're on the phone every day. Tell Big E he's gonna do this. It's not like that. They're the investors, and what they do is they send out memos, and then you gotta follow it. Because they're your investors, they're your board of directors. There's a memo. I hated when my boss said that. There was an email. Emails to me were memos. It's like, okay, Mike, I'm getting about 45 emails a day. So at some point, probably 2 months ago, there was an email. And now something's not done, I'm screwed. That's life where I was. You get a lot of memos, especially in hotels. Because we were the management. And we did the income statements. We had to explain if we spent money in July for snow removal, we had to explain that. Why do you have $5,000 for snow removal? The budget's $200 a month. And it's zero in July. The budget is zero in July. It's like, what, Jay? We got some splaining to do. Yeah, he said we didn't have an invoice paid. Why didn't they bitch at you in March? Which is when it should have been paid in April. It's like, because he's a bonehead. Oh, okay. It's like we're doing business with a bonehead. It's like, Larry, you can't do this to us. So when we say Big Pharma, we're talking about the memos coming from Vanguard to the WEF, and then some slot faces saying, oh, people should be doing this. That's what we're talking about. I'm not trying to be specific on anything, but so this they're gonna crash. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but I'm hearing that they're gonna crash Bitcoin. I never trusted Bitcoin to begin with, so I don't know. How's it going, Mick Fisher? What's going on? Say something. Say something. We haven't talked in a while. It's easier. Things are better. So, I mean, they invest in companies because those companies are doing good things. That's true. I don't want to say that it's not good. Yeah, thanks, Big E. Thanks for saying that. I can't post any chats. There's a lot we can't do with this software, but I guess that's the way YouTube wants it. So, or they like it better. So, I had a bad feeling even years ago about Bitcoin. It's like, where's this going? How are people that don't like, big banks, how are they going to have a Bitcoin as a cash? It doesn't make sense. It sounds like a Ponzi scheme. Now, I have no power to say that. Okay, we have a date. I think it's April 14th. We have that set aside. I think that's a Sunday. My old pastor from the U.S. is coming here. He's Filipino. They were Filipino. They still have the church. Word of God. They're the Word of God Christian Fellowship. They're going to be here, so we're gonna meet up with them. And they were a part. If you want to see who they are, they were a part of our online wedding. They were on screen for that. Video was 15 minutes, right? I did a couple of shorts, but there's a 15-minute video. You could probably type in J Mike online wedding and get that. But just to see, part of the video was it was like a chat, so it was pretty interesting. I forgot his title, but he was a pretty cool guy. Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, as well as, Bitcoin. That's what we think anyway. All right, Mick Fisher, we'll be looking forward to it. That was always good to sit with guys like Mick Fisher and talk, because Mick likes to talk. Believe it or not. That's all I'll say. You didn't say anything that shocked me, though. Because I kind of sort of knew. I'm that kind of guy that, like, when you say things, I say, well, he knows what he's talking about. I'm not arguing. I'm not making an argument. I'm just saying stuff. Like it's not a conspiracy theory that somebody is trying to take over the world without election. You can't, they're kind of rushing to it, but they've been doing it a long time. Tell that to somebody that lived in 1722 that he's in a rush to rule the world. He had money. He didn't need to, Rothschilds, they don't need anybody's money. And they're not the ones doing it. They already have enough money. They don't even need State Street. Right? Now, last time I checked, the video I was pissed off about, it actually wasn't a bad video, but it was a highly edited short for 55 seconds, which I tell people that's too long. And it's ASMR. And the name of it is This Was Amazing. And she shows her ass for 10 whole seconds in the beginning. And then she's in a camp in the woods. And then her dog is there. And then she has a bunch of food on a pan. And she stirs the food. And then it shows her again. And then she's zipping up her tent. And the tent is perfect. And then she shows her ass again for like 2 or 3 more seconds. And I'm thinking, okay, that's sexual content. Why are they allowing this? And at the time it had 16 million views. And when I was done watching the freaking thing, there was 17 million views. It had 1 million views while I was watching. So then I went back a couple of days later and it had 22 million views. And then I went back like a week later and it had 40 million views. So, and I reported it as sexual content and they didn't take it down. But if it was J Mike, they would be done with my channel. You wouldn't be seeing me. It would be J Mike 2 with, 100 subscribers or less. Maybe 1 subscriber. No one would be watching. It's like, hey J Mike, I saw you. You don't see. You won't get notifications or anything like that. You won't see me live if you're not subscribed to me. How do you get people to notice you? Yeah, Mick Fisher met me and Norma at the Mega Mall about the end of March, I think. So almost a year ago, right? I think it was March 30th or 31st, something like that. I think, if I remember correctly. Nice to know I'm good people. Sweet! Yeah, Mick's fairly tall, I guess. I'm not that tall. I'm only 5'9". When I was in high school, that was the average height for men. Now the average height is like 5'10", so it's moving up. It must be all that human growth hormone. It's like our genes are getting weaker. Our chromosomes, our genes, are getting weaker. Not weaker, more errors. There's more errors in our genes. Each generation, there's more errors in the genes. That's why we can't fornicate with our brothers and sisters. That's the reason. And then to reinforce that, governments made it illegal. You can go to jail for that, I guess. I don't even know. Janik is in Makati. Yeah, there's a guy that's not afraid to say anything. But you might as well say it while you're alive, right? Mick is a giant. Yeah, Mick Fisher, I don't know. I don't even know how tall he is. I don't know. I just know 2 things. Tall and too tall. My old buddies, back when I was in my 20s, they weren't my best buddies, but I knew them. I was good acquaintances with them. They were all Greek. And you had to be Greek to play basketball with them. But it's just because there was enough of them. They had a good team. I probably wouldn't. In Boston, Boston is a big basketball town, but they were a touring team, so I didn't really have any interest anyway. I'm not that good, and or at least not any better than them. But they had a center back then when they played the low post. I guess they had a little bit of a low post game or a post-up game. And I only knew him as, his name was Too Tall. And he was actually, this is amateur basketball. They had to pay their way to travel and stuff. And he was 7 feet. Mick's not 7 feet. Big E. No. Mick is a giant. He's big. I don't know how big though. I don't know if he's that big. He's big enough. So there you go again, Mix. You can't keep it to yourself. You don't get into anyone's good graces by doing that. Do you have any specific reasons? There was a hose outside the hostel. Yeah. I don't know why. It's better though. It's not as bad. I'm not draining as much today. I don't know what it was. At least give me a death threat, Mix. You're not trying. Big E is bigger than Mick Fisher. From what I know, he's a lot taller than you. I'm not sure. I forgot how tall you said you were. You're either 6'3" or 6'5", Mick. So, and I think Big E is taller than that. I think you're a little taller than Mick, Big E, right? So Mix is saying that, Mix is saying that Mick Fisher is not a nice person. I say the opposite, because I met Mick Fisher in person, and he was a perfectly nice person. For the record, Mick is 6'6" and I'm 6'7". Mick Fisher didn't threaten anyone, and we didn't talk about you, Mix. I don't remember talking about you. But I wouldn't go in a live stream and say that, because you're making no bones about it. Don't be fooled. The person I did a collaboration with for exactly 365 days came here and fooled me. Yadzimodia, how you look at things might not be the same way how other people see them. You gotta be able to sort fact from fiction. The first fact is, and if you don't understand this, it's the reason that we're having trouble having a conversation. The first fact for everyone is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's the first fact. If you can't wrap your head around that, then you can't really have a good conversation with me or many of the people around you. Len Whistle's here. Yads Emoti is here. Awesome. Thanks for coming in, Yads. Good to see you. E.T.'s here. Brett Glasso's here. Big E and Mick Fisher and Mix are here too. So Mix, if you didn't meet the guy, I would reserve my opinions. That's just my advice. Now I have a tentative opinion on Big E because he says a lot, and I like the way he gives his perspective. He's not saying that he hates people for being not nice. When you do that, you're shutting people out of your life, and then they won't hesitate to block you. That's you're doing that to yourself. It doesn't mean you're wrong about everything. It just means you got to be careful. I'm never going to sit here and say I'm right about everything, but I have a knack for sorting fact from fiction. It doesn't mean I can do it right away. Yeah, Big E's saying it also. I've met Mick Fisher many times. He is the best person that I've met on YouTube so far. You didn't meet him. I met him. It was a wonderful time. We had lunch together at Mega Mall. It was a good one. Me and Norma were there, the three of us. Oh, well, at least you know when you're in trouble with Yads, Big E. Did she say hi to me? I don't know. Let's go back a bit. There's no button that says go back to Yads' first. She just decided to jump in the conversation. That's okay. That's okay. We love Yad Zamodia. Yeah, don't feel bad, Biggie. I'm not here to fight battles for everything, Mix. I'm trying to keep it cool. The thing is, when you're talking amongst each other, it's not my fight. See, the key word there is fight. So you're fighting with people. You're biased. Okay, so everyone's biased. That doesn't mean it all has to come out of your mouth. That means you have no filter and you need help with that. So possibly I didn't disagree with him, or possibly I missed it. There is a chance that I might not see every chat. I had someone got pissed off at me and gave me a thumbs down and then brought in a ninja and gave me a couple of more thumbs down because I missed him in the chat. It's like I'm singing and I'm trying to get to and I'm apologizing. If I missed your chat, I apologize. And then he was still pissed off. So, people like that don't help. So you teach me how to treat you. That's what the different laws are. Mick Fisher and Big E, they're teaching me how to treat them by giving respect and being respectful. So you lack that. It's okay to give your thoughts on different subjects. We may or may not agree with everything you say. I have not disagreed with everything you said, but I don't agree with everything. But it doesn't mean that you're not nice. What makes you not nice is when Mick Fisher comes in and you say, I don't like him, he's not a nice guy. Because he said something to you? What caused him to say something to you? You were saying things, probably a lot of things, and then finally he said something. It actually makes him a stand-up guy. Don't tell me to follow Jesus. You don't know me good enough. There's only one person that tells me to follow Jesus, and that's the Holy Spirit. I pray twice a day, minimum. Minimum. Your check is in the mail, Biggie. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You got to think about why he called you a tumor. And when was that? Was that a long time ago? Was that like 3 months ago or 4 months ago? I'm biased. Everyone in this chat helps to build my biases. I've given you an equal chance because if I go to Nightbot to find out who the top chatter is, it will be you. That means I've given you more than the opportunity to have a say. So how biased am I? I read Bible verses every single day, and I pray twice a day, and then you're coming along with saying not everything I agree with, but I agree with a lot of what you're saying, not all of it. Certainly not all of it. Right? And then you tell me that I should follow Jesus. Something tells me that you're the last person to follow Jesus. So maybe you should start doing that. And I tell you, don't read the Bible without help. You need Bible study. And then you need more than one other person for that. Start right there. And do that tomorrow. Go to bed with no alcohol, and then tomorrow search for Bible study groups, and then join one. And they don't care if you were drunk 2 days ago. They don't care. They're just glad you're showing up not drunk today. And I'm not talking about Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm talking about Bible study. Because it's not for the average person. Chrissy Mom is here. Say hi to Chrissy Mama, everybody. 12:05. Oh, we're falling behind here. Mick does more good for more people than any expat I know. Check or no check in the mail. See that? The teacher is wait. I don't think so, Mix. Jay insists. Norma's upstairs. I missed a bunch of chats. I'm sorry, guys. All right, okay, now. I'm great. Yads is great. Big E, thanks for asking. I enjoyed all your videos. Hi, Jay, Mike, and Sis Norma. That's okay. I'm glad that Yads came by. I was polite and said nothing. Fisher came in to cause trouble with the Malaysian. Oh, really? Mick Fisher didn't come anywhere to cause trouble. Don't use Jesus' name in vain. I believe in God, Jesus Christ, thanks the Lord. Yeah. I don't say hi to Mick Fisher for some reason. Fisher would do nothing in life, only he has mommy and daddy, mummies from the farm. Mix, you're not being nice. See, you're coming in my live stream to fight Mick Fisher, who did nothing to you here. And now I gotta watch you fighting. So that's what you're doing, Mix. You're coming to my live stream to pick a fight with somebody who came in after you, and then there's some ongoing feud, right? And you're using me to fight with him, and then you're telling me he's not a nice guy. See, it doesn't look that way, Mix. Now you can say to yourself, oh, but Jay, you don't know the whole story. Well, see, that's the reason you need to shut up. And I don't mean shut up chatting, I mean shut up fighting. That's why you don't do that. I lose, Big E. I lose it when it gets down to that. When it gets down to this, I'm scolding somebody. When it gets to this, I kind of lose the way I am. I turn into a different person. So I have to be careful of that. Money. Why did you say the word money? He has money in. We're not talking about money. I sold all my living possessions, all my records. I was a DJ for years. Let's see, what year did I start? 78? 20 years. I was a DJ for 20 years. I sold my sound system and all my records and CDs. I didn't sell them. I gave them to in the sound system and records and CDs and tapes. I gave it to my brother. My younger brother has them in his studio. He's probably not even using it. And I sold 2 cars for a small amount of cash. The cars are worth more than the cash, because cash gets spent very quickly. So, and everything else I left behind. I left all my possessions to come here. So life is not about money. The teacher is always harsh. Yads is the teacher. Yeah. She's got many things on her mind, Mick. She wanted to chime in the chat. We didn't even know she was here. You allow people to abuse other... No, I'm not. See, Mick, now you're full of shit. And I hate to say that in an ungodly way, but you made me do that. I allow people to abuse each other. Oh, really? No, it's just that I didn't tell you to shut up yet. I gave you a chance to talk, and then that's how you choose to talk, telling me someone's not nice. So Mix, you've lost it. You lost me, Net Mix. You lost me. I allow people to abuse others on the stream. No, you're the one that's passing out the abuse. I'm too far behind, guys, so hold on. Oh. Mix, I'm not going to pretend to be on your side if I think you're wrong, and you're wrong. I'm one of the few YouTubers that give you the blue, even to let you in and chat. So you're like walking on thin ice right now. So I'm a hypocrite. Yeah, Mix is accusing Mick Fisher of calling him a tumor. Well, I'm a hypocrite. So Biggie says you were 100% wrong, Mix. He was no silver spoon kid. So Mix is now calling me a total hypocrite. One thing I'm not is a frickin' liar. So when you're wrong about several things that you've been wrong about today, that was no reason for me to call you names. It was a reason for me to say I don't agree with that. So I'm one of the few YouTubers that not only give you a blue jacket, but don't hide you. I'm getting ready to. If I defend myself, I'm the one in the wrong. You were a hypocrite. What? That doesn't make me a hypocrite. If I tell you you're wrong, or if I don't say anything, that's not hypocrisy. So if it's not hypocrisy, don't call me a hypocrite. You know well that Malaysian has been going around YouTube trying to destroy me. You were a fraud. So I'm a fraud because you don't like E.T. You don't like E.T., so that makes J. Mike a fraud. You see how senseless that is? Now Yads wants a paycheck. See, so I'm only going to go so long, Mix, with this shit. Mix. Biggie says, Mix, this is YouTube. Don't take it serious. YouTube is the world's biggest mental hospital. Don't take it seriously. Seriously. I'm waiting to get my check, Yads. I'll forward it to you. Biggie, don't like people that gang up on others. We're not ganging up on you. You're throwing punches all around, Mix. You're punching everybody and you're slandering us. You're calling us names, and then you're crying that we're ganging up on you. That's also ridiculous. Someone stole my silver spoon. Sorry, Ads. He did nothing and called me a tumor. Is what you in the Butuan buffoon do? I agree with you, Big E. The mental hospital of YouTube. So people block you, and then that makes J. Mike a hypocrite. Just because you say something doesn't mean I have to agree with you. That doesn't make me a hypocrite, because we're sorting fact from fiction here. Keep it consistent, Mix. So now this is Brett Glasso talking. Mix needs mental help. Well, I'm trying to give it to him, but he's rejecting it. Join the gang, J. Mike. Mix, you're bringing it upon yourself. You're throwing mud in everyone's face, and then you expect me to take your side. I'm not here for that. I'm not here to take Mix's side. You have a blue jacket, and you're not hidden from this channel. Right? You're the #1 chatter today, which means the top chatter, which means you're talking more than everybody else. All right? You're talking more than Big E. This is YouTube. It's just all lighthearted BS. I've been always my own man. See, you can say I'm my own man, and then you can say things that aren't true. That's two different things. You can be your own man, and then you can, number two, say things that aren't true. So we're going to sort fact from fiction right now. See, now you just threw another one out there by saying Mick Fisher needs people to hold his hand. That's you just threw another stone. And Yads is laughing. That's not true, says Mick Fisher. I was officially approved to cross the street by myself last year. Oh, that's the best chat of the night. I wish I could pin that, but can I? No, I can't. Oh, yes, I can. I can pin that. That's not true. I was officially approved. Oh, I should have thought of that earlier. All right, we'll see you in a bit, Brett Glasso. Airlink, the Terminator is here. All I said was, polite Fisher started it. No, he didn't. He didn't say anything to you. If he did, I want you to copy it and paste it back down. YouTubers are most YouTubers are one, loners, and number two, not fighting, but living with a mental illness. Like, what do they call that? I don't want to just single it out, so I'll just leave it at that. Living with a mental illness. Mick Fisher didn't start in. He didn't say anything. He still hasn't said anything to you other than that's not true. And that's not true either. Now he's telling me to get my facts right. What did you say, Mick Fisher? He's like calling me a fraud. Yeah, you can care less because soon, if I block you, you won't be on any live streams. What live stream are you going to go on? The liar guy? You know, you might last a little bit longer over there, but he doesn't go live anymore. See, Mick, are you drinking? Are you drinking or are you smoking dope? Which one is it? I'm a fraud. So J-Mike's a fraud. See ya, Mix. You know what? I'm going to remove you as a standard, and I don't know if I'm going to block him from the channel. I'm thinking of it. I'm thinking of hiding you from the channel forever, indefinitely. Calling me a fraud and a hypocrite. I lost count of what he said about me because I'm the host. It's like, don't you see your own mistakes and your own false statements and your own fraud and your own hypocrisy? Get some sleep. It's 4:28 a.m. over there, Mix. Miss, you'll be late for work. He's got a job. Don't block Mix. He's a good entertainer. We're having fun in the BG. Now they come on. It's awesome. I haven't blocked him yet. I took away his jacket just to show him that I'm the fraud. See, he just came out with all these accusations. Who does that? When Yads pissed me off, all I said to Norma was, well, she's a wonderful lady. We'll come back. When she has a panel, we'll come back. You stopped doing panels. So, and I know karaoke is not favored by YouTube, but they love blocking you for the music content. It's a part of the power and control of the conglomerate, Big E. The conglomerate loves music copyright and movies. I base my opinion of people that I met with how the interaction goes. Most I met I liked. There was one or two that needed a straitjacket. Yeah, and you just saw one of them. It's unbelievable. He just turned on me. He's telling me that I didn't stick up for him and that I'm a fraud and I need Jesus. It's like all untruthful. I ask Jesus in my prayers that I can be better today than I was yesterday. It's one of my prayers. Chasing tail, awesome, good, thanks for stopping in. Timmy, oh, you hide him? He will start to hunt you down. He's gonna hunt me down? No, he's not hidden, he's just lost his jacket. He said he's out. I just got out of a street jacket 2 weeks ago. Everyone's a comedian. Big Pharma doesn't like karaoke? Why is that? I don't know. No. See, I don't know who's to blame for this copyright. Copyright has been going on for like 50 years, a little bit longer than that. And YouTube uses every opportunity to take it away. Then they say you're sharing. Oh, we're not allowed to do that because of the country you're in, or whatever. All these excuses. It's like there's no need for copyright protection in music and movies. Hey, Richard, Timmy. Hey, Filipinos love karaoke. Wherever we go, that's how we get to know people. We do the karaoke. It's awesome. We go into the like this. There's a lot of people living in a smaller building, and then there's apartments or whatever it is. Somebody always has a karaoke machine, and then we sing. And there's always like 25 people there. It's awesome. They love you when you sing, Mick Fisher. See you, Mick. Thanks for coming in. Hey, Jason, thank you guys hitting that thumbs up button. We love the thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you for that. Can we get 100 thumbs up and twerk? That's what I want to do, but we got to be widescreen for that, I think. I could sing. It's different though, because there's no sound card. It doesn't bring the sound right in. It just picks it up from the room. So I don't know how good that is. Thanks for coming. So how long have we been? Almost 3 hours. Wow. Let me do. I'll analyze it and see. Let's see. It takes about 5 seconds for this to pop in. Oh, yep. 246, 781 views. Almost 800. Almost 800 views. And almost 246. Do we want to end it? I need to take like a quick break because I got to empty the aircon unit reservoir needs to empty, and I got to dump that. Take a quick leak. It'll be about 1.5 minutes, guys. All right, and I'll be right. Oh, you know what? I'll do this. I'll play this. I'll be right back. Boy, that took an extra couple of minutes. Sorry about that. I had to heat up some coffee and all that because
Manila is calling. Search thousands of amazing hotels. Book discounted hotels, flights, and activities. Plan your trip with Agoda.
Awesome! Thanks for hanging out, guys. Norma's here. Awesome, Norma. See ya, Mick Fisher. See you guys. It's funny how one person can piss you off. That was bad. Very bad. See what you did, Mix? Is a little song I wrote. You might want to sing a note for a note. Don't worry. Be happy. In every life we have some trouble, but when you worry you make it double. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy now. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Ain't got no place to lay your head. Somebody came and took your bed. Don't worry. Be happy. The landlord say your rent is late. He may have to litigate. Don't worry. Ha 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 ha. Be happy. Look at me. I'm happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Here I give you my phone number. When you worry, call me. I'll make you happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Ain't got no cash, ain't got no style, ain't got no gal to make you smile. But don't worry. Be happy. 'Cause when you worry, your face will frown, and that will bring everybody down. So don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy now. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy now. worry, be happy, be happy. Norma's here, guys. Vengeance is mine. I will repay with the... Don't quote the Bible for vengeance. That's what fucking Satan people do. The devil does that. Mix, I'm gonna block you. Listen to what I say. In your life, expect some trouble. When you worry, you make it double. Don't worry. Be happy. Be happy now. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry. Be team happy. Don't worry. Be happy, gong gong. Don't worry, don't do it. Be happy. Put a smile on your face. Don't bring everybody down like this. Don't worry. It will soon pass, whatever it is. Don't worry, be the hapsters. I'm not worried. I'm happy. I'm happy gong gong. I'm team happy. All right. Now you made another threat. So that's 2 times you made a threat, Mix. Not to be confused with Mick Fisher. Mix, M-I-K-S. You made 2 threats. You said that you wanted to put a hit and take care of the Malaysian. And you thought seriously about that, not kidding, no joke. And then you said, vengeance is mine, and then you quoted the Bible. When you quote the Bible for vengeance, that is the mark of the devil. And then you told me that I need Jesus, and that I'm a hypocrite and a fraud. So what I will say is, we're sorting fact from fiction. You're not a godly man, Mix, M-I-K-S. You need help. I suggest growing your YouTube channel, at least to some small extent. Don't expect to get a gray check mark and get millions of views. It's not going to happen. I will let you up on my panel, but only if you open up your cam and show your face. Put a video on your channel, put a picture in instead of a letter M, and show your face. And come on my live stream and show your face. I will mute you until you show your face. So we won't listen to a word. How does that sound, Len Whistler? 850 viewers so far. Thanks, guys, for coming in. Thank you. If you're hitting that like button, thank you, guys. I appreciate that. That is so easy to do. If you're on phone, just click the 3 dots and the drop down, you'll see a thumbs up, and just touch that, just tap that. Guys, I appreciate thumbs up. It tells me you appreciate it. It says, the thumbs up says you appreciate it. If I let you chat, you're all able to chat whether you subscribe or not. I think right now though I'm gonna go in and customize that so that now you have to subscribe for 1 minute. It's only a minute, so let's see who has patience. Because if you don't, then we don't need you. So if you can be patient for 1 minute, you can subscribe and chat, and I will listen to you. Now, the person that called me a fraud and hypocrite and said that vengeance is mine and told me I need Jesus, which is a bunch of bunk, the devil is in you when you quote the Bible to get vengeance. And that's what you said. And you said that you seriously considered offing the man in Malaysia, that would be E.T. You called Mick Fisher trouble, and you don't like him. He's a bad person. So I think you have problems, Mix, and there's certainly something wrong with you. YouTube is dominated by autistic people. I don't know if you have autism or whatever it is you have, but there's something wrong with you because you don't know how to get along. You don't play well with others. That's the problem, and it's a bad person. I don't know if you're a narcissist or a psychopath. I don't know. I'm not diagnosing him. Blemishing is the word in God's name. Yeah, don't. The word is you grave the Holy Spirit when you use His name or you quote Scripture to bring vengeance. That's what the devil is doing. The devil does that. You're torturing a lot of bad people use the Bible because they think it makes them right. It doesn't make you right. You can't read the Bible alone and learn anything. You need help. You need help. Bible study is 2 or more people. There's usually 4 or 5 in a Bible study. Don't give me that shit. You know the Bible. Learning a verse or 2 or 3 doesn't mean you know the Bible. That's part of the big lie. That's not true. I was officially approved across the street myself last week. No, there's another word, ET. It's not in my mind, but I think it's also begins with the letter B. It's not the blemish though. Thanks for hanging around, Len. Yeah, everybody. So there's still 10 million people in the house. That's awesome. Coming in and out. There's a lot coming in and out. We are now approaching 900 views. That's awesome. Thank you guys. We had a little bit of a scolding going on a few minutes ago, and actually that discussion was going on and on and on. So when you have a lot to say, you got to be careful. You can't do live streams because you'll get yourself into trouble. I'm surprised you didn't get my live stream shut down, but it doesn't matter what's said. What'll happen is they'll block. YouTube, at their own discretion, can decide, they can determine to block the chat from further view once the live stream is no longer live. It only goes back to about a half hour, maybe just over a half hour. Oh, someone deleted all his messages. Why is that? Who hid him? Who hid him? I don't know who hid him. I want that showing. Oh, it's hard. It's going to be hard to do that. I can't go in there and unhide all that. So, but when you start naming names and then calling them things that aren't nice, you get it to me and Mick. Why you did that is beyond me. Calling me a hypocrite, among other things. To say that Mick Fisher started it, and to tell me to get my facts right, that's nonsense. So we're going to pin this one. You couldn't care less. Actually, you care a lot. You have a lot to say. You care a lot about whether or not someone blocks you. I just unblocked you. So you're not blocked. But there will come a time when you will be blocked. There's probably a couple other people I should unblock them too. But I don't know. I want to hear what he has to say, but then he just went on to start slandering us, so I didn't like it. But he's the one that decided to say goodbye. Someone blocked him, but I unblocked him. But once I realize he's unfixable, that'll be the end of him. There are a couple of people blocked, but it's different reasons. Some people just, I don't need, if someone's like racing to keep posting, after the live stream's over, they keep posting in the comments, and then there's like 100 of them. It's like they're just telling stories. It's like stories not related to the live stream. I gotta put an end to that. There's a lot of autism on YouTube. It's great, I guess, for people with autism, but once you get into live streams, you're fair game. For him to say that to me, I'm a fraud. Who did it? Someone did it again. Who's doing that? Stop doing that. Leave him unhidden. He can't do that to himself because he no longer has a jacket. Who did that? I mean, I'm not going to get mad. I just want to know who did that so I can say that I would rather have that stay there than to, because he's rolling himself under a bus. I don't like people that gang up. No one's ganging up on you. We lost some of it, so we can only go back so far on while we're live. We can only go back about 30 minutes. So until we rewind it, it has to load in. There were huge errors in yesterday's live stream. I gotta see if that's ever gonna come back. They said it should, but I don't know for sure. But if they, hold on. Oh, we're over the 3-hour mark, but we're not getting people coming in. Why is that? 12 minutes. Everyone's waiting for something to happen. When did he call you a tumor mix? Tell me when. It wasn't on this live stream. You don't run around different live streams fighting with people. That's a no-no. You wouldn't go on ESPN and see somebody you know and say, "Oh, he's fighting with me, so I'm going to fight with him here." I'm not preaching. No, Mix. You're sadly mistaken. I'm not here to fight your battles. I don't agree with your battles. I didn't see Mick call you a tumor, and it's not for me to tell him to stop, because you called him names and you called me names, and I'm not here to stop anyone from calling anyone names, but I will tell you when I think it's wrong. I didn't see him call you a tumor, and if he did, there's going to be a reason for it. I didn't say you were a bad person. From what you said, you're saying he's a bad person, and you called me a fraud. He called you a tumor today in my chat. It's not my job to stop him from saying something to you. That doesn't make me a hypocrite or a fraud. Don't tell me I need Jesus and then quote a Bible verse to say that vengeance is coming. The devil makes you do that, not God. That grieves the Holy Spirit. And when you blaspheme God, the word ET is blasphemy. That's blasphemy when you do that. Blasphemy is the worst thing you can do. If you go to your grave rejecting God and then telling yourself that everybody else is ungodly, that's an unforgivable sin. Don't go to your grave committing the unforgivable sin. And not have cronies? That's not how it works, Mick. You build your own grave and you dig your own grave and you make friends and you undo friends. You're doing that. You're doing that. I can't have you call me a fraud and a hypocrite and I need Jesus, right? And quote the Bible for blasphemy, right? And then be your friend. I can't do all those things. It doesn't go together. We need to separate fact from fiction. You're sadly mistaken. No, I'm not. I'm separating fact from fiction, and that's what I'm doing, and I'm doing it well. I'm not gonna, what? I can't say what they said. There was a reason Mick called you a tumor. I didn't see it, so it's not. It wasn't probably not in my live stream. Did he call you a tumor today? You've been in other live streams and you've been blocked from all of them. I don't. How many you got left that you go to? Are there any? You're here all night. Maybe there's no other live streams. I don't know. You're lucky I'm letting you chat. You're the top chatter today, so you're the hypocrite telling me that I'm not letting you chat. I've let you say everything. You're not blocked. I unblocked you twice. I announced that I unblocked you, and someone still blocked you. And then I unblocked you again. I think, yeah, you're unblocked. I get nothing to say to Fisher. It's not my responsibility to say anything to them if I don't want to. I don't know what, they've said nothing to you today. Nothing. So you're having some type of delusion. I'm talking nonsense. All right. How many chances have I given you, Mick? You just told me to stop talking nonsense. I'm making all the sense I can make. If you were my employee, right, you would be out of chances. We had a 3 strikes and you're out rule. I've already seen 2 of your strikes, and today is number 3. All you're doing is punching and kicking me because I'm not fighting your battles. It's not my job in this live stream to fight your battles. They're not following you. They're here because they're my friends, and then you're here. So I let you stay. MK Gaming TV YT, awesome. Thanks for coming in. So you need to let go of Fisher and ET. I didn't see Fisher. Fisher called you a tumor in this live stream. It's not my job to say anything about it, because you've said more than that. You've also said things that aren't true. You've said a number of things that aren't true, and I'm getting fed up with it, because it's blasphemy to quote the Bible to say vengeance is coming. That's the word of Satan. Fisher wrote today that you're a tumor. I missed it. So what? Okay, so he thinks you're a tumor. What else you want to say? Guess what, Mix? Somebody that did not post is the one who blocked you. Someone's watching that was not in the chat, and they blocked you not once, but twice. I unblocked you because I want you to talk. And now you're digging your grave deeper. You're past 6 feet. You're down towards 12 feet now. You're about at 10 feet. So you can't, in your mind, Mix, you can't sort fact from fiction. The right to defend yourself doesn't include, not in my live stream, it doesn't include blasphemy, which you did. And it doesn't include slander. But I let you get away with it. So I'm a hypocrite. What are my rules in the chat? What does it say the rules are? Okay, so why can't you let that go? He said you're a tumor because he's had other interactions, probably more than me, with you. What are you defending yourself against? You get into fights with everybody. You did it here. Now you're fighting with 3 people here now. 4 if you want to count Big E. I only look at, no, I look, I'm sorting fact from fiction, so I don't want to look at the fiction side. I am rejecting fiction. I want fact. I don't know what you're defending yourself about. You would do a better job defending yourself if you just shut up and say hello to everybody. They're not bullies. They didn't come here to bully anybody. They're not bullying you. That's also fiction. There's something in your mind going on that's not true. You can't separate fact from fiction in your mind. You made a lot of statements about war too. Not all of them are wrong. But then you make the assumption that some of us are in agreement with doing those heinous things. And when you're in the center of a city and you're the prime minister and then bombs are coming down and you don't get killed, you're going to war and there's going to be trouble. That's what Winston Churchill did, and yet you didn't see it that way. Oh, he committed atrocities. Why? Because you read a story? You don't know all the facts of World War II. It's hard to digest the facts of war because nobody knows every fact of every war. That doesn't exist. I can't go back to the beginning of the chat and read it, and I don't desire to. When it uploads, it'll take 24 hours, and they may not even make it available. If we're fighting, it might not be available. So, and you were doing the fighting, Mix. You, not us, you. And there was a lot of it. You threw out around a lot of accusations. The pinned message is deleted again. So, that's that. And that was you calling me a fraud. So you called me a fraud, all right? And for calling me a fraud and a hypocrite, you are full of shit. And I'm sinning right now. Cursing is a sin in the eyes of God. I'll need to pray for forgiveness. But that's you. That's you. They're not all bullies, Mix. I'm not bullying you. I'm telling you that something is wrong with you. I don't know what it is. You're a psychopath. That's a big, broad description. You are a psychopath. You're fighting battles that you don't want to stop fighting. That's one thing. You got to be the majority of 10 things to be a psychopath. If you're still listening. One of them is creating a battle that doesn't exist and fighting it and not stopping until you win, and then anything else that's said by the one you're accusing, that's the beginning of a new fight. That's another definition of being a sociopath. That's what you are. I'm saying that from what you've told me. From what you've told me. You're a troll, and I'm going to tell you why I just said that. You're a troll because you have no Google picture and you have no videos. Going to your channel, you have no content and no picture and no description. That tells me you're a troll. That's what that's what you're doing. You're trolling. You spent this whole live stream, we've been here for over 3 hours. You've been trolling for about 3 hours. It's 3:19. You've been trolling for about 3 hours. Making accusations and threats. You're not defending yourself. You're fighting battles that don't exist, is what you're doing. He's buds because he's not blocked there. I don't even know if I want to ask you who that is. Do I know who it is? I'll ask you that. Yeah, and he's calling me a hypocrite, and I need Jesus. Don't say that to me. You quoted a Bible verse to say that I'm gonna bring vengeance. You'll do nothing. Yeah. Oh, here he comes. Okay, so that's what all the psychopaths say, Miko. Yeah. Candy's World, or one of those things. I don't even want to mention her name. She's So Miko's gone. Mick, I'm not even hiding you. That's just something is wrong with you. We're gonna hide you. I'm gonna hide him. All right, he's gone. He's gone. He's not coming back. Not as Mix. So you're a troll. It's too bad. He said enough because he's got nothing else. Okay. The person I mentioned, she's not even very big. She's only got a few followers. So, but she's a bad person. I don't talk to her. I get nothing with her. So, but she, I feel sorry for her. She follows a troll, and he thinks he's smart, and it's kind of sad. It's sad. Sorting fact from fiction. Bring them out, right? They all come out when you say that. It's like, that's okay. Timmy Stories, 2 accounts gone, 98 on the way. Oh, who knows? He could be the porn bomber, but I don't think so. You can't come up here and do that anymore. This is, I like the panel. I like having 2, 3, 4 people up here. It's hard to have more than 4 because even with 4, you need. Everyone needs to let one person talk, and it's hard to do that. It's one of the big reasons I liked having Fanatic, because although he was able to talk, he didn't really need to talk that much. Thousands of subs and 1 viewer in an LDR for 20 years without meeting. They're probably both autistic or something, or at the very least sociopaths. So there's a lot of that on YouTube. YouTube opens the door for that. But I had somebody, it wasn't YouTube though, it was somebody else. She doesn't come here. It's an old girlfriend, but I told her that I won't talk about her in a negative way. It was good while it lasted, but it's hard to say goodbye to people. Yeah, that's a good one, Big E. He might be watching. Clearly you can't attack everyone. Why don't you come back and stick to issues only? He's making fights. I don't understand that. He said that Mick Fisher called him a name. So what? You called me more than that. Your own self called me more than just a, I actually forgot what the word was. What was that word, Biggie, that he used? That he said, I don't even remember the word. Begins with a T. But you called me a fraud and a hypocrite, and I'm taking sides. Well, of course I'm going to be biased. You are the top chatter today, Mix, and you gave me all I need to realize that I'm not sticking up for you. A tumor, oh yeah, so what does that mean? A tumor is cancer. Well, it could be cancerous or it could be benign, but a tumor is a growth. So what? I didn't see it. But it's not my job to see everything and then take your side. It's like, I'm taking sides. Oh, really? Well, that's your fault. That's your fault. Mick, I gave you every chance. I let you be the top chatter. I gave you every chance. Let's see who the top chatter is over 7 days. Because we're live almost every day. Not every day, but almost every day we're live. So it might not be him. Let's log in with YouTube. Oh, Nightbot's not logged in. I don't know if it's going to work. I didn't know that. Why is Nightbot logged out? I don't know. Don't make me go two ways here. Top chatter mix. You're the top chatter mix, which means it's untrue that I don't give you equal opportunity to say what you have to say. That's not true. That would be a lie. Would be if you said it. It would be a lie. So we're not going to know now. We're only going to know what we think. You teach us how to treat you, everybody. Everyone teaches us how to treat them. When you do that, you're the top chatter, calling me a hypocrite, and and I'm taking sides unfairly. I'm not fair to you. I didn't stick up for you. That's what. How old are you? 6? Your messages are all deleted because we hid you. He said enough. He's the top chatter today. He's chatted more than me, more than anyone. I mean, I'm talking, I don't need to chat, but still. Sometimes I can chat if I want to. I'm to blame. It's E.T. At first it was E.T.'s fault, then it was Mick Fisher's fault, then it was my fault. But Big E's he's good at deflecting. I used to let him chat on my show too. Never blocked him. He is stuck on hate to Jews and conspiracy theories. He gets upset when people don't agree with it. I agree with some of the things he was saying, but then it just got worse. It's almost like he's drinking or something. It's like, no, you don't need to drink to be a sociopath. They do that, but many sociopaths are alcoholics. So there's a lot. Some are worse than others. So because there's a list of criteria that if you're several of these things, you could be a sociopath. But if you're all 10, you're probably a problem. Some of them, some of them take it to murder, which would be, the worst thing. Even Timothy McVeigh said he was sorry before he died. I don't know if he prayed, but he did look at some of the witnesses, and anyone that can read lips saw that clearly. He said, "I'm sorry." I didn't watch it, but I saw the replay of that video. I am sorry. I'm sorry. You can't, he for some reason, that was easy to lip read. I'm sorry. That's like, I gotta stop and think, what the heck was that all about? You're picking fights, but then you're gonna blame the host for not getting in the fight and taking your side. And then you're throwing words at me. I'm a hypocrite, I'm a fraud. I don't believe in Jesus. And then you're gonna quote the Bible. Yeah, at least he said he was sorry in the end. Only God knows if that was heartfelt. I don't know. But at least he did it. At least he knew enough that means something. That's all I'm saying. Only God knows what was in his heart. Why did I do that? I just wanted attention, like Mix. Oh, are you calling me a murderer? No, I'm not. I'm not calling you a murderer. You're the one that made a death threat. You made a death threat yesterday or the day before on my live stream about E.T., the Malaysian, you called him. You called him the Malaysian. You made a death threat. You said, I seriously, honestly thought about offing him or finding a way to off him. I just didn't go through with it. That's conspiracy right there. Right? You don't have to kill somebody. We don't need a death to have conspiracy to commit murder. Isn't that right? All you need is to prove that you paid somebody to do that. That's all you need. That's all you need, right? In a court of law, you need to be able to prove that money changed hands to cause death. That's conspiracy to commit murder, even if there's no death. If you give somebody money and they say, yep, I'll do the job, and then we heard you talking about what the job is, because in order to have a conspiracy, you need to mention that this is to kill so-and-so. Because nobody in his right mind is going to take payment to do that without being clear on who needs to die. So, you know, you jump to conclusions like that. You're looking for fights. Everywhere you go, you're looking for a fight. That's what sociopaths do. Where's the trouble here? I'm going to find it. No, I'm going to create it, and then I'm going to fight the battle, and then I'm going to drag people into it. Well, the host he's automatically in, because whether I say something or not. You know, you're mad at me because I didn't take your side, as I didn't want to get into it, or I thought there was nothing to get into. Right? I'm saying hi to people. You want me to get into your fight and take your side, and if I don't, then then the fight is with me. It's like, I don't play those games. That's freaking ridiculous. You need to go somewhere else for that. Good luck finding that person, because when you do, right, he's going to be worse sociopath than you, and he's going to do that to you. Right? The Daniel channel. You missed it all, Daniel. You're late. It takes a long time to say all what it'll take 3 hours. 3 hours. We're approaching 1,000 views, guys. When it hits 1,000, I'll say goodbye. Where am I on the battery power here? We're at 25%. So the mic is plugged into the charger, in case you didn't know. Can only have one or the other, so we decided to have a full bat and go on mic. Right? You had the patience of I got no choice. I got no choice. A few people have told me they commend me for that. Like when we used to have 10 people on the live stream, they said that's the hardest thing to do, is to be the host with 10 people, because there's feedback, there's echo. Echo and feedback are not the same thing. There's echo. One guy has echo, the other guy has feedback. It's like my first time, I don't know what's going on. Another guy can't fix his mic or whatever. Somebody's off cam. It's like very weird. And then who knows how many people, 3 people are trying to talk. One guy's got his mic on and he thinks he's talking that nobody can hear him, and he's talking to somebody else at his house. It's like, really? We're dealing with all of this? The patience of Job. For those of you who don't know, Job was maybe outside of Jesus Christ, maybe the most patient person in the Bible. Everything happened to him and he kept the faith. I don't remember whose father he was. Most of the men in the Bible were in the direct line of descendancy, or ancestors to Jesus Christ. Mary and Joseph. So Job, I can't remember where he falls in there. I forget. He was Old Testament. He was before Solomon and Daniel, I think, right? It goes way back. The Daniel channel's here. Job, I think, was before Solomon and Daniel. We know Solomon wrote most of the Proverbs. Right? I think was that yesterday or the day before? We've been doing some live streams here, guys, so what do I gotta say or do something to get a few more people to pop in. It'll jump all at once, though. What can I do? Can I do one more song? Job predates Genesis. If you believe the Bible is true, then that would be erroneous. That would be, in my opinion, that would be erroneous, because in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. That's the first verse in Genesis. So to predate that, maybe predate when Genesis was written, somewhere around 12 or 1300 BC. So maybe it happened before, you mean before Moses. I would believe that to be true. Predated Moses. I don't disagree with that. All right, any opinion like that, Big E, I don't disagree because it makes no difference. The book of Job was put in just to be Psalms, but it was not in chronological order. Genesis was written, right, we know that. And we know when Moses lived, around 1200 to 1300 BC, right around there, right? So he was born into slavery, I think. So, no, slavery was different back then. Slavery, it was a good thing to be a slave with a powerful family because you were fed and protected, right? And then you had your job. We are at 999 views, guys. Thank you so much for coming in. We just got a big jump. Job lived before. Okay, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. That the book of Genesis was written by Moses, so therefore anything that happened before Moses happened before Genesis. All right, I do agree with that. Shooting stars here, Bruce. Awesome. Now we're over 1,000. Awesome. It's so awesome. We're not getting all the thumbs up, guys, that I would prefer to have. If you did hit that thumbs up, thank you so much. Thank you very much. And I realized that I'm in the analysis and I can see the chat and there's no button in the way. Or there is, but it's invisible. It's just so I can see right through it, so that's fine. Awesome. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, no big deal. I just got to get accustomed to all this. Thanks for coming in, Bruce, Shooting Star. Awesome. You missed the fun. Rewind it. You're gonna have to. If it didn't just, yesterday's live stream disappeared. It's only like 5 or 10 minutes. That they said it's still updating and it might all come back. So we'll wait to see on that. They said otherwise it's lost. So all I can do is wait. Is there anything else I can do for you? Yeah, I want to complain about my 3 years on YouTube. That's so stupid. Of course not. Of course not. What do we got? Oh no, it's the sippy cup. Guess what? When I tilt my head back, guess what happens? Thank you. It's the good. It's the good stuff.
Do you want some more?
No, I just want water, but I'm out. I drank it all. I drank all my water. Sure, we'll stick here for a few more minutes. 14 million people watching, that's why. Thank you if you're chatting. And if you're hitting the thumbs up, I appreciate that. I'm a lover of thumbs up, guys. It tells YouTube that people are at least enjoying the live stream or something like that. You're spending a part of your day in my live stream. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. A lot has happened. We've been discussing things. We were having a good discussion, and then it broke out into an argument. It's like, really? We're sorting fact. So if you can't sort fact from fiction, there's going to be a flaw in every argument. You need to do that. You need to be able to separate fact, because that's how you begin to know what's going on. I do, and I say it every day. I love this where I am right now. America is not the freest country in the world. The Americans think, and they're brainwashed, but it's not an insult. I'm not insulting you. You're not brainwashing yourselves. Somebody else is doing that. Whether it's working, I don't know. It's not working on everybody, but they're trying to do it into thinking, we're the free country. Maybe you have some freedoms. Everybody has some freedoms. Well, maybe not in North Korea, but, we Americans think Russia's not free. No, maybe there are things that are bad.
This is
Arminianism. Calvinism has something to do with the Bible, right? He was a Bible scholar, I thought, and maybe even the first one. I'm not sure. Honey, I just want water right now. I'll drink that later. I need water. I'm thirsty. If it's hot, I will drink it much later. We're over 1,000, honey. We're over 1,000 views again. Thank you guys for doing that. I can't control that. All I can do is give you a live stream, guys. And thank you. I'm very grateful for that. And I'm also grateful for the thumbs up. If you guys are still watching and can take a few seconds to do that, I would appreciate it. That's all I can say about that. And the top chatter was Mix. He was the top chatter. So, and then saying that I don't help him and get his point across. How can you get your point across anymore if you're the top chatter? It doesn't, none of it makes sense. Nightbot doesn't care who's blocked and delete. If we delete messages, they already count it. It's already counted. You're still the top chatter on Night. Oh, wait a minute, I didn't refresh. But you were the top chatter on Nightbot. Let me refresh Nightbot. Yeah, it's still Mix. That doesn't go away. You're the top, Mix. You're the top chatter if you're still watching. So you can't say I didn't give you the opportunity to explain your situation. What you're doing is creating fights. Is what you're doing. Job. Bruce is saying Job was not an Israelite. He was from the land of Uz and may have been a descendant of Ishmael. The people of Uz weren't Israelites. They weren't in Israel, right? But what that says is that in those areas, Arabs and Israelites and not Canaanites, but the Gentiles could, I don't think the Gentiles were around then, but could all be believers in God. Some, not all. Calvinism and Arminianism is the two predominant theological views with historic Christianity post-Luther. I'd have to let you do all the talking on that, because I'm not really, I haven't sorted that out, so I really don't know much about that, having that for a discussion. Okay, Bruce, they weren't Israelites. All right. Jacob became Israel, that is true. So, right, so his children were the 12 tribes of Israel, that is true. Shooting star. The children of Jacob, Jacob became Israel, and then his children were the 12 tribes. So, and that is repeated in Revelation. That's all I know. So I'm studying Revelation. Pre-trib, mid-trib, and post-trib. There's a discussion on when the tribulation hits, when is the rapture? Now, I've heard arguments that it comes at the end, and I've heard arguments that it comes earlier. Here's why I agree with the one that says it comes earlier. Because Revelation stops explaining what to do to Christians. If you're saved, there's no more instructions after, and I forget when that is. It's early in Revelation, but the instructions to the church and to Christians, it ceases to exist in Revelation. And John MacArthur thinks it's because there's no more messages to give to those who are raptured. So it's earlier rather than later in the tribulation. So that's why I think it's I don't know if it's before the whole thing, that I don't know. Or like right at the beginning, I don't know, or if it's like soon after. But the instruction to Christians, to believers, ceases to exist in Revelation after a certain point, that it stops, and then that's when I think when the rapture occurs. Because it doesn't particularly say. But John MacArthur asks the question, why is there no more instruction? Like, what do I do if I'm still here and, you know, I got to take the mark of the beast? It may not be put on you to have to make that decision. The nicest guy ever. What did I miss? So that's what I have on that. Because I'm trying to figure out, yeah, that where is the rapture? So I'll have to go back into Revelation. I've been studying this for years, like 2 or 3 years now, because we studied Genesis for a couple of years, and then we moved to Revelation. It's hard to get started with Revelation, because once I got through the beginning, then I started to understand it. He's a Calvinist. I don't know that much about Calvin, other than that he is a Bible scholar. But I've listened to Johnny Mac, and he's very structured in his knowledge of the Bible. So I agree that there's no reason to disagree with the fact that, and I don't know if it's Revelation 3, I don't have that memorized, I'll have to look back, but Revelation ceases to give instruction to Christians that have lived a good life. And then he says, I think that's why I think it's pre-trib or early in the tribulation where they're saved. Or by the time we know that it's the tribulation and that it's time to repent and all that, we're going to get yelled at by angels. That's when the rapture happens. That's what he thinks. And I have no reason to disagree with that. I used to go to Johnny Mac's church. It's in California, right? Of all places, it's in California. That's amazing. So we have a real world traveler here, Big E. I always call myself a world traveler, but I go around the world, but I don't stop in all places. Didn't have the opportunity to do that. Although my hotel company had hotels everywhere, internet. Ambridge Hospitality is managing over 1,600 hotels. It's the largest now. They became the largest on my third to last day before I retired, and it was awesome for them. You did a live stream from Geneva last year from where Calvin was born. When was Calvin born? Herbert Armstrong. When did he live too? I need to know when they lived. I'm not sure if I remember him. The 5 points, yeah. So I'm not familiar with that. When do you know when Calvin lived? I know it was a long time ago, but I don't remember. I just forgot the dates. See that? You learn more about people when you have these discussions. We're not arguing, we're just giving each other information, so it's a good thing. Yep. It's a good thing. 1082 viewers, so we're way up over 1,000, guys. Thank you so much. 1500s, yeah. So there were almost no luxuries back then. They had candlelight. What else? Gas? Maybe they might have had gaslight. I'm not sure. Armstrong died in 1986, so he lived in our lifetime, our younger lives. Armstrong, yeah. There's no reason for anyone from the, pre-1986 or even 1500 to have any more scripture information than we have today. People don't understand scripture. They don't realize that you need first to understand how people were living their lives back then before you can understand what it means. Right. So yeah, maybe we could go on Bruce's next live stream and do that and have that discussion. Bruce likes to. He still has the panels and stuff like. We could do that. Karaoke could be like, second on the docket, right? I know less about the Bible scholars than I know about the Bible because I'm still studying the Bible. But I know of Calvin. But I don't really know much about what he did in his day. So I know he is a huge, I don't know if he commented on every verse, but I guess when there was a book written, he wrote a paper or something about what he thinks that what the meaning of that was. Am I right about that? Calvin wrote papers or books or something about what he thought each book was telling us. Okay. Armstrong taught a lot of people, and some of them carried his message forward. They were the Bible instructors, so that's what you need. When I said to Mick, you can't just read passages from the Bible and then use it when you get mad. It doesn't work that way. Charles Spurgeon. I went to his church in London and read everything I can get my hands on. Really? Okay, so that I've not done. I've not really read the Bible scholars. Now, what century did he live in? Because there's a couple of guys today that I like, but I only know them from videos. I haven't read their books or anything. John MacArthur is one of them. But names are still vague. Derek Prince is another. And I think they're still alive. There's one other too, but I forgot his name. Armstrong was on TV. Maybe I know him, but I just can't recall who he is. David Pack was probably the best student. He's still preaching. Yeah. I don't know. The World Tomorrow. I've heard of the show. Spurg died in 1892. Okay, so he lived in the 1800s. There's someone else, he's good too, that I haven't mentioned, but I can't recall his name at the moment. I think he still lives, so he's very good. We're over 1,100 views. Awesome. Thanks, guys. We are low bat because my lapel mic, not that low. It's not that low. We can go for a few more minutes. It's Saturday afternoon here. It's Friday night on the East Coast. Vietnam, I think, what time is it in Vietnam? Are you 1:30 or 12:30? The Plain Truth was a magazine that he published. I've heard of that. I've heard of The Plain Truth. And that was Armstrong, right? So Armstrong, what was his name? His first name? I know you wrote it. Herbert Armstrong. I'm gonna go to Herbert W., American evangelist. He lived to be 94 years old, I think. 93, he didn't hit his birthday. So he's got some books under his belt. He's an author. Armstrong's an author. Captain Billy Jack, you missed all of it. We had the discussion today, I guess. Awesome. Thanks for coming in. No vlog, thank you for coming in also. Thank you. Past the rate, yeah, I just looked it up. So, that interesting, guys. Very interesting. What's up, Billy Jack? What's up? So we're past the 1,100 views right now, guys. I'm in the analysis. 2-minute average. That's pretty good for this format. 2 minute. That means everyone's coming in at least for 2 minutes. Averaging for 2 minutes, I should say. Big E, that's because you're on the J Mike channel. See what happens when you say goodbye to the wrong person? It all opens up. Jack's Vlogs, even Jack's Vlogs comes in. The portrait and NWO stream. Well, it's gonna stay portrait. We may go widescreen. The last time I went widescreen, there was only 120 people here. It wasn't enough. So. But it doesn't matter if we get the same number of thumbs up, whether we have 1,100 viewers or 200. It's always like 20 thumbs up. Right, Captain Billy Jack? Yeah, it's a long live stream. It's wait a minute. We're gonna hit 4 hours in just a couple of moments. Yes, Jack. I'm only doing it for the views. Why else do it? You don't sing anyway. The best reason for having the panel is to have karaoke, because they're all talking smack anyway. Because it's not, I mean, I would be fortunate to have Mick Fisher and Big E come up and Jack, the four of us. That would be an awesome live stream, right, E.T.? E.T. and Timmy and Captain Billy Jack. It would be awesome. And we're gonna have Shooting Star up here too. He can sing a little, right, Jack? Lexus J is killing it. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it going, guys. That's all I'm doing. I sold my Lexus. I loved it, but I sold it to come here. So I had a choice: keep my Lexus and be a Lexus guy, and stay in America, or come here and sell the car. Because I looked into shipping it. The shipping charges were more than I sold it for, and then the excise tax would have been about what the shipping charge is, right? So that's two more cars right there. And then the maintenance bills on it. I mean, am I going to bring it to a Jeepney guy for maintenance? I mean, there's like one or maybe a Lexus. Maybe I could find a Lexus dealer somewhere around. I think there's one in Quezon City. I don't know. I just thought it wouldn't be worth it to bring it here. Although I would love to have it here, but it would have been too much money. Some things are cost prohibitive, Big E. If you think you have a lot of money, just do everything with your money, and then it won't last long. Money will disappear. E.T., what's so funny? I obviously miss stuff. We get a bunch of comedians in the chat. I do know that. Jack's laughing his head off. What did I miss, Jack? Good day, Kuyasabi. That's one of them. I'm only doing it for the views. Why else? Every video I make, Jack, if you take my total number of lifetime videos that are public on YouTube and my number of views, all videos are averaging 16, 13, including live streams. Now, live streams are doing better than my regular length videos, and my shorts are doing better than live streams. So, but all videos combined, it's 1,213 views, something like that. So I can do the math over. You do the math. It's all public information, so you can do the math, guys. It's about, I think it's 1213 or something like that. 1,213 views average. But that's not. It's only. I'm lucky if I make I think I'm going to make that. So it's like I get paid like every other month. It's not that much money. If I'm not having fun, I won't be here. Monday goes well, let me, I hope Monday goes well, let me know. Yeah, it's Saturday here, I can't believe it. Friday night over in if you're in North America, it's Friday night. But you got Australia and the Philippines are here. Oh, there's Brett. Brett, it's Friday evening over there, right? Starting to get late. 10:40, yeah, it's getting late over there a little bit. On the West Coast, it's 10:41 p.m. Friday night. It's Friday. Not another video, Jack, right? Jack has the craziest videos. Jack, the funniest thing happened. I got notified, it said YouTube for you in my notifications. For you. And then I looked at it and I went, oh, wait a minute. Jack did a new video about me? And I'm watching it and it's like from last year. It was, Darren was in it too, but it was started with me. I forget what the name of the video was, but it was funny. I was a year old. I couldn't believe it. It's like they're teasing me with old. So sometimes they do that. Your old video could get a view that way. I don't know how many, but one or two. I still have videos from 2 years ago that are still getting views. Yeah, you gotta go back to finding that niche, Jack. It's like, it's hard because I'm YouTube Philippines. I think we're in a box here. Now, we get viewers from America, but I don't think it's that many. I mean, not because nobody's watching, look, because I'm featuring jeepneys, so I don't think Americans are like looking for that. Most people say, who wants them? They're outdated. We saw those before. They got rid of the Hummer in America. There's no more Hummer. It's like, because it's a gas guzzler. You guys are connecting? I don't do growing anymore. Every once in a while I'll give some tips and tricks for growing, but basically you gotta make videos. My own co-host would say, no, you don't need very many. How are you gonna grow without videos? That's what it's all about. You gotta make videos. You cannot be afraid. You don't need to show your face on your videos. You can do the front cam, and your videos need to be about something. Fear, curiosity, or desire needs to be the subject. Your videos have to create one of those three things: fear, curiosity, or desire, and then then hope people will see that. And thumbnails are a big thing. There are a lot of people that are putting a thumbnail on every short and editing them. I don't edit my shorts. It's just one clip. That's it. And I don't use thumbnails. So. Food recipe, I would do shorts. And so you got to do food shorts. Who's the Sabi King? For bursting bubbles? What am I missing? Yeah, if you're doing live streams and you get the bubbles, that doesn't work for me. I don't understand. It looks like cigarette smoke. I don't know why people are doing that. So we are low bat, guys. We've been here for, how long have we been here? Over 4 hours. We're past the 4-hour mark. And the battery's at 12%. I have over 1,000. Jack, you need 2,000. You need to double that. and then you'll be like just getting started. I can't seem to get that big video where, there's more than 50 or 60,000 views. But I don't just want one video to do. I want my average to go up. Even with live streams and regular length and shorts, the average is, I think it's 1,200. I got to do the math again. I think the average is like 1,200. But live streams are better than regular videos, and it shouldn't be that way, but it is. I love bubble wrap. Don't kill my joy, Jay. Well, you can do it if you want. You can do anything you want, but I'm pissed off about the girl that showed her naked ass for 10 seconds and then has 40 million views. And then she ended it with another couple of seconds of naked ass. I'm so pissed off. And it's not the channel that I'm mad at, it's YouTube for allowing it. If it was me, they would have took my channel down. They would have taken my channel down, shoot, Sabi King. Is that Jack? Is Jack the Sabi King? It's just so terrible. 18 million people still watching. I'm on low bat, guys. I don't know how much longer. Earlier we had some, this is like a tale of three live streams, really. We had a great discussion on, you guessed it, Jack, the organization of what's, big banks and big pharma and the conglomerate of BlackRock and the WEF, all that stuff. And then the fighting started, or I should say the misunderstanding. And then they started quoting the Bible and making threats. You can't quote the Bible and then make threats like that. It's like, that's ungodly. And then tell me I need Jesus. It's like he made every mistake in the book. Bruce as Kuya Sabi and Timmy as Princess Sabi. Oh, it's Bruce. How come I don't know this stuff? I've been singing on his channel like more than twice. A few times, several times. Where's 007 Sabi? He was here. Oh, there he is. I'm too busy talking to pay attention enough. I'm looking, but I'm not paying enough attention. That's the problem. Geez, I didn't get that memo. I take days off. I'm always posting videos, but I'll take days off from. I don't go on live streams all the time. Sometimes I do, but not every day. I'm too old for that. I'm 60. I just turned 67. I'm too old. I'm popping bubbles for satisfaction of my fetish. All right, popping bubbles. Like bubble, what, the bubble wrap? Norma says, Jay, don't throw it because we get a lot of stuff shipped to us in the mail. They just deliver it by motorcycle. And they pack everything in bubble wrap. And Norma says, don't break it. Don't throw it away. Give it to me. I need it to exercise my hands or whatever. It's like, boop, 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 boop. I don't know why. She likes it. Sean Sabi and Mictrian as Mixabi. Oh, I didn't know that. So that must happen in your live streams, Timmy. I'll have to search for your live streams. I don't know. It's like when I feel like going on YouTube and hitting the live streams, it's always a certain time, and then I always see the same people live all the time. That's why that happens. It's not because they're any more special than you. It's just that when I feel like being on, because I'm getting old. It's satisfying. Yeah, well, okay. I can live with that. 007 Sabi. I don't know 007 Sabi from Chemo Sabi. So we are at extra low bat now. 17. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming in. Thank you for popping in and watching. Thanks for watching. We're going to hit 1,200 views in any minute now. We're way over 4 hours. We're running out of battery power, and plus I'm running out of intestinal fortitude. I gotta like step away for more than the 1 minute. McClown is sacked. Yeah, he made it. By trying to make a fool of me, he kept getting deeper and deeper into burying himself. And then he dropped the hammer, and he made a Bible quote and said, "I'm going to come back to like kick all your asses," or something like that. I forget exactly how he worded that. I didn't say that. I never said that. I didn't have to hide him or delete his posts. Somebody else did that. More than one person did that. And then I said, well, I'll bring you back. And I undid it, and they did it again. It's like, we're not listening to J. Mike. Thanks for the 1,200 views, guys. So I'll take that. I'll take that, Jack. 1,200 views, 1,202 now. Thank you, guys. McAdrian got sacked. He hung out at McDonald's too long. Yeah, we went over to Jollibee's. Jollibee's built a brand new place right across the street from McDonald's. It's like a cross corner. It's like right there. So we went over there a couple times. It was fun. But I love those Big Macs though, so eventually I'll get back there. You gotta go to McDonald's at the right time, because if you get something that they already made it and it's starting to get cold, the fries, all fries suck when they're cold, and you can't reheat them because then they're no good. Because they're not the same. Press around. Don't start me on Mac ass. What's that? McDonald's. I like the Big Macs. They're okay. Yep, old fries are terrible after they get cold, unless you have real potato fries, like the real cut potatoes with the skins on them. You should be eating the skin of the potatoes, guys. If you're baking your potatoes or you're making potato fries, you should be leaving on the skin, and you can put herbs and cheese and dressing on them or whatever you want, but you should be eating with the skin on them. The skin is where the nutrition starts, right in the skin. Evil food. Well, they're high in calories, but if you cook them the right way, frying is bad. If you bake them or put them on a skillet or something, Jack, they'll be okay. Just not too much. You don't. People eat too much fried potato. That's the problem. The Big Mac is like 6 bites for me. Well, it's like 7 bites for me. They're not. It doesn't need to be any bigger because you don't need any more. The Big Mac has 3 pieces of bread, so you don't need more than that. I also like the double cheeseburger too, because then it's less bread, but it's just a little bit. So out of burger, fries, and Coke, you got to cut one of those out. Which one is it? Which one should you cut out? Out of if you're gonna have a burger, if you're gonna have something, you want that, and you say, okay, Jay said that to be more healthy, I'm gonna cut one out. It's not the healthiest meal in the world, but beef is good for you. They'll always tell you there's something bad about it, but beef, generally speaking, a little bit of beef is good for you, especially ground beef, because it's cheap meat, but it's still beef. So it's good for it. There's some nutrition in it. If you wanna get like tender beef, like a T-bone or a porterhouse or something like, or a ribeye. Ribeye is high in fat. I mean, higher than the others. So I would like to get a nice, like a strip or a porterhouse or a T-bone or something like that. If that's tender, that's the best thing you can. You don't need to eat those every day. Just once in a while. Once a month, twice a month. That's good. Potato with the skin, they have about twice the potassium of a banana. Yeah, so that's not a bad thing, but you just don't want a lot of it because they're high in calories. So that's all we're talking about. Do your research on that garbage food, Jay. I didn't say it was health food, Jack. I said I like a Big Mac because they taste good, or the double cheeseburger because it has less bread. But that's all I'm saying. If you're gonna skip something out of if you want to have, I want a burger and I want like a value meal, but I want a meal, but I don't what is it that I should cut out? I would say, don't drink diet soda. Have a regular Coke and have the Big Mac or the double cheeseburger and cut out the fries. That's what I would do. Now, if I'm hungry and I'm not fat and I gotta have the fries, then a little bit of that is okay. I didn't say, oh, it's okay. I said a little bit. Okay. So you gotta have something. So if you're gonna have, if Jack's gonna be cooking the potatoes with the skin on, that's fine. Let Jack do that. Go over to Jack's house and we'll all have real burgers on, and Jack will show us how that's done. Maybe grill them in the oven. Maybe oven broiled like Burger King. Flame broiled, that's what they call it, flame broiled. Well, it doesn't have to be on the flame, but it can be on the oven. However Jack's gonna do it. And then we can have the hand-cut potatoes with skin on, and then what would we have for drink? It doesn't have to be Coke, but certainly not Diet Coke, but diet soda is no good for you. The Saber Princess, like and share, guys. We're gonna end it at any moment, guys, because we are like super low bat. We're down under. We're like 7%. Right, it's gonna drop quickly now. Kuya, look at my new vid on Facebook. Try it out. Yeah, check it out, guys. I'm gonna end. Thank you all for coming. Now we have now everybody's here. If you haven't already done so and you're in the chat, guys, smash that thumbs up for me. And 1,229 views. That's awesome. Only 20 thumbs up. So guys, whack that before we end. I'll give you a minute or so. I gotta go. There's more than just low bat, guys. I gotta take a break. It's been 4 hours and past 4:16, so I gotta go. The CR is calling, guys. Okay, take care, guys. Yep. Thank you for smashing that like button, guys. The thumbs up if you're on your phone. I don't know if you're on laptop or phone. The phone is the 3 dots. That'll pull down the thumb and just touch that. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. So. Yeah, I feel good. So we go out for a burger and fries we gotta probably slow down on that, but we've been doing that a little bit, not every meal. Norma's a great cook. You saw the brunch today. That was a wonderful meal. We'll do it again about 5 or 6 o'clock. Don't be a wuss. What do you mean? I gotta go. It's been 4:16. There's no point of doing it all day. We're low bat and I'm low. I need to freshen up, guys. So it's been over 4 hours, so I gotta go freshen up. See you guys. Have a great Saturday, Friday night, sleep, whatever part of the day it is for you. Thank you, guys. 1,241 views. That's so awesome. Thanks, guys. I got to go. Bye.